Good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Sunita Nara on behalf of Sadhan, GIZ, and SPF. I'm welcoming all of you. Is warm welcome to all of you for joining for this event. So I'm the host of the event. For the today, I will guide you about the entire event, how we are moving towards. So for that, we require your full support and the coordination so that the event would be a successful event. So the purpose of the event, as you understood, is it will focus on the addressing urgent need for climate adaptation in the agriculture sector. By driving innovative investments and the different solution, we are aiming for that. As you know, we are struggling with the food security and the other climate issue due to the global warming. So for that, we just want to understand various impact and what could be the various solution and opportunities to overcome these challenges. For that purpose, we are together here for this event to understand everyone's perspective. For that, how we are able to help the security, help the marginalized community to have a better impact for the society as well. For that, to begin with the session, I would like to invite Mr. Alok Pandey from GIZ India for the welcome address. I request Mr. Pandey, please come on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for giving me this opportunity to welcome you all in the event that is going to discuss on a very important topic, how to scale up a promising stream of climate adaptation in agriculture, engaging stakeholders, and enabling investments. Today is a historic day and time also, because the COP29, which is going on in Baku, is also culminating in next couple of hours. You all must have heard that on the very first day of COP29, that is on 11th of November, the world leaders have approved the Article 6.4 mechanism for international trading of carbon credits. This lays the foundation for countries to trade carbon by agreeing on standards for the generation of carbon credits. This is a welcome step. Hopefully, as a next step, this development will promote countries to set benchmark for carbon trading with greater governance and good governance. However, as we all know, that the climate adaptation is a crucial issue to address impact of climate change on multiple economic sectors. India's vulnerability and adaptation finance needs are documented in recently submitted adaptation communication to UNFCCC. To overcome these vulnerabilities, the volume of needed finance is huge. The flow of fund is still far behind from the desired volume. The United Nations Environment Programme Adaptation Gap Report 2023 has already highlighted increasing finance need versus declining fund flows. In India, the flow of climate finance is happening for mitigation primarily, almost 90%. But in the adaptation field, it is very limited, almost 10% or less than that. So the total adaptation relevant expenditure in 2021-22 stood at around 13.35 trillion Indian rupees, translating to 5.6% of the GDP. The budget analysis used information from 38 ministries, incorporating 465 central sector schemes and expenditures that had existing adaptation relevant components in their budgetary provisions. The need for adaptation finance will increase manifold going forward, because the kind of cumulative expenditure needed for adaptation in a business as usual scenario is estimated to around 56.68 trillion till 2023 in Indian rupees term. Now currently, the adaptation finance in India is primarily relies on budgetary sources and international grants. There is a need where innovative financing mechanisms are required to complement public sector efforts and the existing interventions by the multilateral, bilateral agencies. It is good that now, along with the financial institutions, the philanthropies, bilateral, multilateral agencies are also becoming part of the climate adaptation related ecosystem. But again, there is a need to promote blended finance, and the blended finance models who contributes from government, private sector, and multilateral development banks also. There is also a need to develop risk mitigation strategies for enhancing the private sector investment in adaptation. GIZ is working on climate adaptation, resilience, and climate finance in rural India project, along with other projects for promotion of climate adaptation related activities as well as on resources. At GIZ, we are humbled and proud to nurture an investable stream in climate adaptation in agriculture, which will be discussed today, along with the partners like Sadhan, Sustain Plus, IIC, and Loan Express. This will surely make impact on food security, livelihood, and social cohesion in coming years. In continuation of our efforts, we are happy to be partners in today's program, and we are looking forward to have productive contributions from our side, which will be definitely going to give more momentum to this work. With this hope, I would like to thank you all once again. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey, for the warm welcome. So, moving towards our next session is the Lakpati Kisan program. How did it increase the income of the farmers? Because that is also the main things which we want to understand. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Ganesh Neelam from CINI to share his perspective with this program.
Sorry, this is the first time, it's like a theater-based setup. Good morning, everybody. I could see a few of you, but the lights are too strong. Good morning. So thanks everybody for being here, being one of the co-organizers. I really thank all of you to being here. And we hope the day basically gets to an end with some larger agreements among all of us to see how we can help the smallholders prosper. That's the objective that we all of are here for. What I will basically do with a few slides is to share about an experiment that Tata Trust and CINI have been doing for the last 7-8 years now. The experiment called Lakpati Kisan, which is also now become the Lakpati Didi program by the government of India to look at. And that program also has taken some of the learnings from this program, which has been working with more than 100,000 farmers in the states of Jharkhand, Odisha, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. And this is mainly to emphasize on how smallholders actually do take technology as a strong integration. They do look at financing in a more systematic manner, and that actually enables them to move towards the Lakpati pathway. So that's broadly what I will try and emphasize in the presentation to look at. What basically we are saying is, if you look at a smallholder, and here again we are talking mainly from a tribal community perspective, because that's what our core focus always has been, is if you look at a tribal small and marginal family, you will see that they have different livelihood opportunities, agriculture being one, livestock is the second. In some geographies, you also see non-timber forest produce in some of the forested areas. And apart that, migration, labor contributes to the income at the family level. But when we started this program sometimes in 2015, we said the resources that the families have, which is mainly agriculture, livestock, and as I said, the non-timber forest produce, can we basically look at these resources in a layered manner? They have been doing work on each of these livelihoods based on their own understanding. But is there an opportunity for us to look at a livelihood layering at the family level so that this enables them to move towards the Lakpati pathway in a more systematic manner. It also helps them address the risks that they are basically taking from each of the livelihoods to look at. And that's why we strongly emphasize that at the family level, at least 2 layers should be there for the family to contribute towards their income security or income prosperity from a long-term perspective. And this is broadly what we have tried to look at. We also, when we designed the program, ensured that there are certain principles which are like non-negotiables for all of us who are into this execution. The first being women-led. Again, it builds a lot on the National Rural Livelihood Mission's work vis-a-vis the SHGs, the CLFs and other things to look at. We said let's use them as a strong base to build up the larger livelihoods with these women institutions. The second basically being looking at how we are also working towards the climate resilient aspects. Now, I would not get into a discussion or a debate of an adaptation or a mitigation, but it is to make the communities understand some of these climate principles and see how they can, in their livelihood, integrate these aspects in a more systematic manner. And finally, how technology comes and plays an important role to enable them to address some of these climate risks from a long-term perspective. Would not go more into the numbers here. But as I said, we have been working with more than 100,000 farmers through various community institutions in these 4 states to look at. The reason for me to share this slide is also because we are here trying to see connection between a technology which a farmer is actually adopting and is looking at more of these technologies from a demand perspective, and financing, because if these technologies have to be adopted at a certain scale, it cannot happen through a grant or a subsidy. It will need a financing in a more systematic manner. And that's what we have tried to show in this slide together. It will have a point coming up one by one, mainly looking at farm mechanization. Now, most of these farmlands are smaller land parcels. Now, how do we look at mechanization, which is also looking at the land sizes and then bringing a technology to enable that mechanization at the family level. So how does that become a service from an end user's perspective in the geographies to look at? Second is, again, drip irrigation, not a new technology, but from a tribal, a small and marginal farmer's perspective, it is new, because most of the drip irrigation systems have been for an acre or more. And these are, again, 30, 40 decimal land parcels. You need to adopt or adapt the drip irrigation system also to this particular land parcel. So that's, I would say, an innovation that one has been trying to do in this case to look at. Then again, solar-based irrigation, looking at how the diesel prices are increasing. Diesel also has an implication from a climate perspective. How do you bring in solar-based irrigation systems, be it small irrigation pumps or be it the large, say 3 or 5 HP irrigation systems? How do you integrate that into the so-called production hub system? Again, looking at drip, mulch. Again, the aspect of mulching here has been mostly to see how the moisture is retained. Unfortunately, we have not able to see what you call a mulching technology which is biodegradable and affordable. So how do you combine both of them together so that the farmers can adopt also? So mulching, unfortunately, even now continues to be on a plastic. We as a team are trying to see how we can work on getting newer mulching technologies from a farmer's perspective over here. Polyhouse nursery, again, within the agriculture value chain, if it is vegetables, how do you look at the healthy seedlings which are being provided by an entrepreneur to the farmers to do the vegetable cultivation in a systematic manner? So how do you have such a technology which is also enterprise based and is providing a service to the community from a long-term perspective? This is just to show that. And finally, the marketing. So again, here marketing becomes very important, and an aggregated level, can the farmer producer company or an entrepreneur play a role of connecting to the market to get a better price? And basically this helps to ensure that there is a year-round production which is helping the farmers do vegetable or agriculture in a more systematic manner, and finally see how their income is enhanced from a long-term perspective. And as I was saying, the climate resilience aspects mainly on the soil, because soil plays a very important role from a productivity perspective, and water. Water also is going to be a very important aspect to look at from a long-term livelihood perspective. So we are also trying to see how climate resilience is looked from a soil health as well as water, and how do you look at promoting mostly some biofertilizers, water management related aspects. The main aspect here is how the community understands this whole ecosystem in a manner that they are able to adapt, adopt, and then scale these particular interventions from a long-term perspective. So that's broadly the whole, this is that diagram which I have tried to put together. How does it look at from a whole value chain perspective, right from where you start and where you end. And finally, the end is mainly how the family is able to earn a reasonably good income, and that prosperity basically moves towards the quality of life aspects also, like better education, better health care, quality water, and other aspects get covered because there is an income security at the family level, which is enabling them to get into these other important quality of life aspects as well to build up. This is again an example of how an entrepreneur plays an important role of providing different services to the community. AEGF colleagues are here. With AEGF also we have been doing some work on this particular space. But this entrepreneur plays a very important role. Now for the entrepreneur to survive from a long-term perspective, he or she will need a strong and affordable financing support so that there is a continuity on the business, the growth of the business happens. And with the business growth, there is also a quality service that the larger farmer base is getting. And in this, the larger institutional structure is also growing because they are all integrated together from a service perspective to look at. What we learned in this journey is if you create some such service mechanisms and models, then the continuity of such an engagement is highly positive. It will not remain a project which is a 3-year or a 5-year project to look at in this case. And what basically, these are again based on our field experiences and experiments. What we are saying is there are good opportunities for financing some such engagements from an end user's perspective. And is there an opportunity for us to work along with the financing institutions, the technology partners, maybe some donors, to bring in together the point that was mentioned in terms of blended finance. How do we integrate some of the, say, the donor resources, the financing in resources, the community's own contribution, and is seen that there is a growth from a long-term perspective. And these are again the resources that I have been talking about, like for example, an investment on the first case about 100K. We are very clearly seeing, sorry, that there's an error over there. I had changed that to year 3, the last point. But basically what we are seeing, and it's actually there on the ground that maybe you can also come and have a look at it, is at the end of 2 years or 3 years, the families are seeing a reasonably good income at their end. And there is a continuity on this income. So there is always the expectation at the family level that how does the income grow? It is not saying, we would want to stabilize at that level of income, but how there is a growth in that income also, how do they look at new technologies to be adopted and things to be taken ahead. And this is basically talking about different prototypes from a investment perspective that can go at the end user's level, be it in agriculture, be it in livestock. And this proactively integrates the technology which are climate resilient from a long-term perspective to look at. Again, just to give some examples about already some level of work that is happening vis-a-vis financing, vis-a-vis the technology integration to look at, like portable pumps. We are working with some very small pumps at the family level, which is, say, able to irrigate maximum half-acre land parcel. But pumps which are fairly affordable, the families can actually make an investment. But the families cannot make an upfront investment. They would need some financing support for a year or 2 years to repay back that loan. But there is a fairly good demand on these technologies on the ground. Very remote pockets like Keonjhar in Odisha or say Khunti in Jharkhand, there is a good demand for these technologies. But you don't see a scale. You don't see a scale because financing is becoming a big challenge. And that's why the scale is not possible. With grant funds or subsidies, you can do a certain number, but the scale is really possible with blended finance and other mechanisms to look at. So these are some examples which we already have been testing on ground. There is a good demand from the farmers. we are seeing a good return or a good result also from these technologies from the farmers or the end users perspective. But to see how it scales, it needs, I think, all of us to come together and see how we take it to the next level. And that's broadly what I just wanted to put across to the group here. Our experiences on the Lakpati program and the integration of technology in the Lakpati program, and possibly to see a larger integration of financing, affordable financing in such a program to see a next level of scale and growth to look at. Thank you very much for your time. Happy to, we are to share this.
So just to facilitate the understanding about these technologies and what are the implications of these technologies on enhancing or strengthening the resilience of smallholder farmers, we have created a small sort of primer which we'll share with you. And there is also a dossier that shares the experience of the other one. This one talks about the Lakpati Kisan program, and it talks about in detail like how the Lakpati Kisan program created impact on ground. So there are a few copies around, so I'll just share these copies with you. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
If there's some questions to be taken, yeah, I'm happy to get inputs, any questions from any one of you. Yes.
I'm Swati from ASA India. So I have two questions. First is how these ladies, the Kisans, get to know. Is there anything you create awareness on the ground? Number one. Number two, are they willing to adopt new technologies? Because most of them, they have started using the new technologies, but how good they are at using the new technologies?
Yeah. So on the first point, we have something called Urja. Basically, it's to inspire within the community on how they basically need to come together and look at, say, their own prosperity from a long-term perspective. And we have something, we call them as Urja events, which is to bring them together, create that vibrancy, expose them to similar environments to create that, say, engagement and vibrancy on the women to build up. As I was also sharing, in some geographies, we also built it up on the NRLM base, because there were self-help groups already promoted. But NRLM has been very strong on the social mobilization, but somewhere on the livelihoods there has been challenges. So we also said, let's build on that base and see how livelihoods could be brought in from a strengthening perspective to the communities in this case. And that's what we have seen. On the technology and women, and that's been, I suppose, a big learning for us, and this is also a myth in the larger environment, that communities or rural tribal communities would not adopt technologies. They'll always be hesitant on taking that risk. We saw it the opposite. We basically saw that there were a very strong emphasis on looking at how new technologies could be brought in. Communities' own demand on getting some, say, drip irrigation, polyhouse nursery, solar-based irrigation technologies was very high. We were in a way not able to meet that demand from the community, again, because I think, as you know, we all depend on grants, and grants only can do a certain amount, but the scale cannot happen with the grant monies to look at. So we faced those challenges, wherein even after demand, we were not able to look at that expansion. But there is a big demand from the community, is what we have learned. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
here in the last row, over here. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm Sai from Caspian. So I think while the financing need is definitely there, I wanted to understand, are people reinvesting, given that from the third year onwards they are almost getting back what is actually the initial investment and seeing the returns? Are you seeing reinvestment in expanding their current scope of work in itself?
Yes. So fairly, like for example, I'll take an example of the polyhouse nursery entrepreneur. Now the investment to start with is about 4.5 lakh rupees at the polyhouse nursery entrepreneur level. That investment comes, say, from a 50% grant support, 50% from a loan support. Now looking at the growth of that particular polyhouse nursery, the entrepreneur has invested about 4.5 lakh rupees on her own from an expansion perspective, because there is a lot of demand which she is not able to cater to. Now that's an investment that she is put in from the business or the livelihood that she has already been doing into. Similarly, we have seen in drip irrigation, there is an expansion in drip, or even in livestock, the increase in the herd size is because there is a reasonably good return, and she's investing it back into the livelihood itself to look at. So we have seen some really good examples of that investment going back from their own side to further grow as such. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, very good presentation. You talk about mostly about the production part. Sorry, introduce myself Ghate from Union Bank of India. Just I'd like to have, are you doing post-production activity help to farmers?
Yes.
Because that is more important from the cash flow point of view.
Yeah, so in the diagram that I was showing, there is this marketing support. That marketing is mainly done by the farmer producer company. We support them on getting connections to traders or larger buyers. So that is there as an important vertical connection. So when we talk about the value chain, it is looking at production, pre-production, production and post-production. But I would be fairly open to share that currently in this whole value chain, we face two major challenges. One is financing to come during the pre-production and the production stage. And the second is strong market connections, which is still not very strongly stabilized for us to say, okay, the farmers will really get a better price from a long-term perspective. So those continue to be challenges on ground. I think sorry, he had put his hand up, so.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Deepak Chamola from GIZ. In one of your slide, you mentioned about high quality honey production where you are using some software application. So I would like to understand more about how it is basically enhancing the quality of honey. The second is basically in honey production, normally honey basically income is treated as a supplementary income. So income are not that high. So whether the additional cost by adopting these technology can be met through the profitability. Can you give some figure, average income of farmers by using such kind of technologies?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
again, Monica is here, I think, yeah, she's there. So with Monica and team, we have been working closely. They are mainly the social enterprise who's working with us. And again, for us, it's a learning that we are currently into. But what we strongly feel is, if you look at honey and the whole value chain in a more systematic manner, that itself can give a reasonably about 1.5 lakh rupees of income on an annual basis. It has some issues in terms of migration and how do you take the bees from a migration perspective. But what we have seen is if you are able to integrate the whole system from a technology perspective and looking at the quality of bee, the boxes and other pieces, then you are surely able to see this only as a main important livelihood for the family. Not like an allied, but as a main livelihood as well. So I would say we are early in that space currently, and we are experimenting with the bumblebee guys to see how we can, humblebee guys, to take this ahead in a manner. Sorry, yes.
Hello. I'm Anand from Microsave Consulting. Thanks for the presentation. It was very enlightening. I had a question about financing. So which were the bankers, financial institutions you were able to get on board? And what was the number? So for these 7 technologies that you showed, how much numbers could you ratchet up? And how did banks get convinced? What have been some of their concerns?
Yeah, I would not be able to maybe answer it in a smaller time, but so about 1,500 odd loans are something that we have been able to disburse, and it's been multiple from formal financial institutions, from NBFCs as well as MFIs. We have not been able to positively engage with the formal financial institutions, which are the banks here, because of, I think, various constraints that the banks have. From a human resource perspective, the branch being only with 1 or 2 people, they're not been able to engage very closely. The challenges or the risks that they see from a repayment perspective. So that's been our learning with the banks. Like for example, on the Polyhouse Nursery, we had Bank of India who was able to give about 2 or 3 loans. But after that, to continue this and see the growth has been a challenge with us. We have been positive with NBFCs like Avanti, Samunati, also, and with the MFIs. But what our learning has been, it's a time-taking engagement. and it is also a paper-intensive engagement. Even though we say there is technology, it continues to be a paper-intensive engagement. And that, in a way, because these are again very small and marginal farmers, they may not have, say, a land parcel ka document, their Aadhars or their phone numbers may not be connected, the OTP may not come on time. So these are all constraints that I think they and us, we are trying to see how we can work and resolve with. But the journey has just started, I would say, from a financing perspective to look at. Sorry, I think we are short on time is what I understand, but happy to.
My name is Sankalp.
He already has the mic.
Else wants to
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
My name is Sankalp, and just two questions I have. I think it's a brilliant initiative that what you guys are doing. At any point of time, have you engaged with the government for this? Most of us know, of course, government, of course, also works within certain constraints, and, they may not be amenable to supporting these. But at any stage or going forward, are you looking at engaging with central or the state government or Ministry of Agriculture? That's one. And apart from the 4 states where this model is working, are you looking at replicating it in other states as well?
So, sir, we, right from the beginning, we have been working closely with the state governments, I would say. Again, looking at the different programs and schemes that we can leverage. Like in Jharkhand, we had a partnership with the JSLPS, which is the state NRLM. Similarly, in Odisha, with the Odisha Livelihood Mission. So there, our engagement or emphasis has been to see how we can leverage some of the programs and schemes that the government has from the end user's perspective. So we continue to work with the government, and as you, I think, rightly mentioned, the relations or the engagements will have its ups and downs, which continues in our journey as well to look at. From a replication perspective, again, within the Tata Trust ecosystem, because we also have a close association with Tata Trust, we are seeing in the other geographies of Tata Trust also how this gets replicated. But with a few other donors, like with HDFC Bank, we have been working to see how in their other programs or supports that they give to NGOs, how does this get integrated? Though we do not claim that the Lakpati Didi program is something that has been fully taken from our side. There's no acknowledgement as such from the system side as well. But we feel that's also a replication from a long-term or a larger perspective, because they're talking about 3 crore women in this case. We are hoping that the replication happens in a manner that maybe we have tried in the last 7-8 years to look at. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, and happy to engage with all of you in the day, I think, that we have. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Ganesh, for the insightful presentation. I hope the audience also enjoyed that, because the participation is proven that we are quite active in that. So just moving towards our next session is about how the partnership of SPF, GIZ India and Sadhan is working with financial institutions to enable loan for climate smart agriculture products. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Ayan Dev from SPF, Mr. Chandan Thakur from Sadhan, Mr. Sandeep Bhattacharya, GIZ India, Mr. Niranjan M. Karada, NDDB, Mr. Yogesh Bandhu Arya, 2030 WLG. I request all of them, please come on the stage. And Ms. Kritika Kumar from GIZ India, she will join us virtually, and the session will be moderated by Mr. Sandeep Bhattacharya. So I request all our panelists, please join us on the stage for the wonderful discussion.
Thank you, Sunita. And it is quite a pleasure to be being here in front of this audience. So we heard Ganesh and about the Lakpati Kisan program. And just as a footnote, I'll add that whatever were the trials done under Lakpati Kisan, they were scaled up trials done under an entity called Sustain Plus Energy Foundation. And currently there are at least 26,000 replicable replications done. So there are 26,000 individual trials done of the various technologies. So we heard from Ganesh, and I would first ask the first question to Chandan. So Sadhan's work on WASH also gave some ground to bring in some expertise. It is not just, we are not a bunch of people who are starting anew. Lakpati Kisan gave us a base, and Sadhan's experience on WASH also gave us a certain base to start with, so that we are not starting from scratch. So Chandan, could you elaborate on your expertise on WASH and how it helped our work here?
Yeah, thanks Adip, thanks, and happy to be here, and thanks for the opportunity. I am Chandan Thakur, I represent Sadhan, and Sadhan is a national and largest and the oldest association of microfinance institutions. RBI has recognized as a self-regulatory organization. We are purely a member-driven organization, and across the country we have around 225 members as on date. So just coming on the social part, that social and financial impact aspect of microfinance, the sector. Credit is most important part that the sector extends support to the underprivileged community. However, beyond credit, the sector, the industry always focus on the overarching, the social, the socio and economic growth of the underprivileged community. For this, we work closely with the flagship program of the Government of India, state governments. We work closely on the Sustainable Development Goals. Out of 17, the microfinance industry covers almost 12 Sustainable Development Goals, and water and sanitation, that SDG 6, is one of the most important SDG goals for the sector, for the country at large. We all know, and everyone in the sector, I'm sure they will agree with me, that the basic nature of microfinance sector has always been developmental. They always focus on the developmental aspect of the sector, the country, the underprivileged community. And before, way back in 2016-17, in 2014, when the government announced the Swachh Bharat Mission SBM1 followed by SBM2, and we did in 2016-17 lot of study, comprehensive study in many states of the country to understand the gap analysis. We worked with our partners like Water.org, Finnish Society, with various MFIs to understand like how we can meet these gaps, how we can support our borrowers. We extended lot of capacity building program with the field staff, with the awareness program to the borrowers, to the beneficiaries. Then IEC material, awareness was the first important. The lending aspect that we always talk about, and I guess Nav Samruddhi is here. So we engage Nav Samruddhi Finance, Water Equity, many NBFCs to support the microfinance institution in terms of extending the credit support to the beneficiaries. We work with a small finance bank like Jana Small Finance Bank, ISAF Small Finance Bank, and they are engaging microfinance institution to work as their business correspondent partner, again to support them. Still, if you consider the figure or the current situation of the country, I mean, in terms of the number is not very encouraging in terms of the water sanitation and hygiene. And the most, I think I must highlight, because this is all about the national capital, Delhi, the parasitic diseases are on rise. And only in 2023, 21,000 people, they lost their life because of parasitic diseases. Even as per the Niti Aayog report, I mean, the water scarcity could lead to 6% loss in the GDP. 14,000 children die every year from diarrhea and all. So the point is, a lot needs to be done, and with all this engagement, we have got some encouraging number as a sector. As on date, we have been working with 34 microfinance institutions in water sanitation. We have already disbursed almost 850 crore for vast portfolio. We have impacted, we have the beneficiaries 9.95 lakh across the country. And in coming 2 years, we are already working in some of the states, and we are aiming to reach out to 55,000 loan account to reach 2.64 lakh people under VAS loan and VAS sanitation part. And one major achievement, just 1 minute, one major point that we did in terms of the policy engagement with closely working with the Reserve Bank and all, and when water and sanitation was included under priority sector lending guideline, it was a big boost for the sector, for the microfinance institution and the sector at large. But of course, as I said, a lot needs to be done here in VAS. Yeah.
Thank you, Chandan. Coming to Ayan, could you elaborate on, while you had tested a lot of technologies, we went through a process. We just didn't select the current set which we are working with, the microfinance institutions who will come on stage next. we went through a process to select which is the most appropriate one for the initial linkages with the financial system, which Ganesh mentioned is just starting. So if you could just elaborate how we shortlisted which one, where, why, a little bit from you. Yeah.
Thanks, Sandeep. So just to introduce, Sustain Plus Energy Foundation is a new entity, and it basically works across the mostly across the agriculture value chain, from pre-production, production to post-harvest. So in the previous presentation that we saw that organization like CINI works across the value chain. We are actually within that value chain. In order to accelerate the further income, we try to see what are the current gaps in the ecosystem, and we try to plug in those gaps through various technologies. So as of date, as Sandeep is telling, in the last 5 years, we have deployed close to 26,000 technologies in 47 various categories. With this, now after that, we had the association with GIZ and Sadhan, and we did a scanning of these 47 technologies, and we filtered 10 technologies out of it. And the particular reason was basically we were finding this fits very well with the mandate of the financial institutions. Why so? The first choice or the first marker for us was basically looking at the demand from the community. So what has been the demand and what has been the payback for that particular product. So most of the technologies selected, we saw that the payback was in a range of 1 year. Second was basically the product market fit. So the geography where the product was currently working, beyond that, are there other geographies where the product can be scaled? So that was another thing that was seen. Third was basically the ability of the technology service provider. While there is a huge demand, but the ability of the technology service provider to basically cater to that demand. Whether they will have that particular manufacturing capacity to deliver they will deliver in the particular time frame, was something that we saw. Fourth was actually again looking into the technology service provider. We also looked further into their team capacity. Because many a times what we have seen is in these ecosystems, in the startup culture, I mean the startup culture is largely driven by grant. So what is that appetite or what is the vision of that particular technology service provider to further scale up their technologies in the new markets? And basically looking into their go-to market strategies, mostly their business plan for the coming years, what is the volume they are planning, what are the new geographies they are trying to work on. So these are few things that we were considering while selecting those 10 technologies that we finally selected.
Thank you. And then, it's just not us. After that, after we have done some selection, then again there's a feedback from Sadhan's side. Chandan, could you elaborate, how does, once you have seen that, okay, these are the technologies, what is the process you then follow? Yeah, what do you give?
Yeah, sure, thanks. So of course, when we started, I think way back in 2022 with GIZ and Sustain Plus, we had initial 3 workshops in different parts of the country, in Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, and we displayed almost 9 technology, if I am not wrong. Subsequently, and that was well participated by the MFIs, and subsequently we had a comprehensive survey. We reached out all our members to understand their feedback about the product, the opportunity, the challenges, what encouraged them. So of course there are various things that came out, and when we discussed the things on developmental part, on rural area, a few things always matter. That affordability is one of the key things, that the cost of the product, that the technology. Adaptability is another important area, that how farmers, how the borrowers are comfortable with the new technology. That exactly we were discussing a few minutes back. Then we come on the availability part, post-sale services, how it will help them. It's all about the scale of economics, that how it will help them. Even again, we extended with support of GIZ and Sustain Plus, lot of capacity building program. We developed SOP, and that's a quite comprehensive on drip irrigation, on biodigester, on solar light. We had training with all our MFI members at field staff level, at middle level staff level. We had program for the farmers, the end borrowers as well. Even Sustain Plus team facilitated many exposure visit in different part of the country. So those things really helped, and in terms of understanding the things, and gradually MFI started piloting the things, and of course we will get to know in our next session from the microfinance institution representative from the practitioners itself, the kind of way the strategy they adopted to take off the lending part or the initial things. But overall, our continuous engagement with our members, with various stakeholders, funding is always a challenge that we look for. We look for some dedicated funding for these products, perhaps blended finance, perhaps some sort of support that we could look for. And we know, like all the financial institutions, even RBI, they are quite focused, like institution, they should be focused on the climate part, they should be focused on the governance, those parts. So all the MFI, they are gearing up for all those things, they are adopting the things. So hopefully the experience has been really good, and we are expecting more and more lending in this space from the MFI side.
Thank you. And we talked about shortlisting. Would you want to elaborate maybe one or two examples of technologies we examined but we thought might not be suitable?
Yeah. So one thing that Chandan just mentioned was, while shortlisting, there were few rejections. One of the criteria that we were looking was their robustness of their post-sale service. So what has been the turnaround time if there are defaults or malfunctioning, and what is that overall ecosystem that was developed in the locations so that this turnaround time can be reduced. So because of which we actually deselected few of the technologies. Some others that we deselected were actually technologies which showed good results, but were largely confined in the peripheries of agriculture universities. So, not naming the technologies, but technologies around cooling, which had issues around temperature maintenance, gas leakage, all those technicalities. So, because of which we actually deselected. The third category, which I remember, though the technology was showing good results in the field, which was mostly around insect repellents, but it had a huge biodiversity concerns. Because we know that there are two types of insects. One which is friendly insect, and other which is harmful insects. So this insect traps actually doesn't recognize it. So it actually captures all of them. So because of the larger biodiversity concern, we rejected that particular technology. So these are the few that I remember which were rejected.
Yeah, thank you. Coming to Niranjan ji, if you could little bit brief on how you're working on this, and understand that you're not involved in all the 8 or 9, 10 products, but where are you working and what is your vision, and how does the National Dairy Development Board, the iconic entity, what it intends to do?
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I represent National Dairy Development Board, maybe feeling a bit of odd man out, or maybe becoming more and more relevant also here. But thanks to Sustain Plus GIZ, I'm here. First thing, I think our partnership with Sustain Plus is a kind of an organic partnership which has been growing, and then we are progressing organically also. How is the question? We both of us had actually started working on the biogas project. So mostly the dung-based biogas, the phenomenon which we started in 2016-17, and I think during that time Sustain Plus must have also started, and we were working in the biogas space. NDDB just went ahead, not only limiting themselves with biogas. We started working on the slurry. How do we commercialize the slurry part of it? And then taking clues from the milk, we started testing of slurry, developed mechanism of testings, brought in the technologies into it, then aggregation of slurry, then even processing of slurry, means how do we actually process on the commercial level, and then producing fertilizers out of it, which are comparable to maybe organic fertilizers also, which are in the market like PROM. At the same time, how they can actually replace to an extent chemical fertilizers. So that's the space which we actually were working on. And then the end-to-end manure value chain, which we call, we had actually established in certain levels. And then we were actually looking for replications just to actually again validate whatever we have done in a certain limited space. How do we actually validate across the country? And that's when we actually started working with Sustain Plus, and the partnership was very good. And then we could replicate it across 7 states in line locations, right from maybe Sikkim and Assam up to certain areas of Rajasthan also, and then the UP and all those places. And then it worked. It worked with in a cluster mode that farmers, households will have biogas plants. We will have a slurry processing center. We will produce fertilizers also. In between, we had lot of innovations. I'll not get into the technology part of it more and more, but even the finance part of it. For example, one of the things which we had a constraint was we will fund for the biogas plant. That is okay. We may fund for the slurry processing plant. That is okay. But then how will actually these operations work? Because ultimately if slurry has to be processed and fertilizers have to be produced, then there will be need of maybe a working capital. So then we came up with an idea that whatever we are funding for the biogas plants, let us recover some amount from the milk unions or per se farmers, and create a fund in the milk union or the NGO with which we are working. And then we created a working capital fund, maybe which actually came, which remained with them, which was an initial capital which they could actually use for their operation, first initiation of operations. So that kind of innovations actually came up when we started working with Sustain Plus. Now, in one of the interesting innovations in the hydrogen also, and we actually produced hydrogen from dung now. We actually dung biogas to bio-CNG, and from bio-CNG now we are producing hydrogen. We have reached up to certain purity. 90% purity we have got, and then it is producing carbon black. So we are looking at carbon black, whether it's an organic carbon black, can we actually use it in agriculture? Now, why this actually can happen, all this happen is because of the kind of organic relationship we have, the trust which we have on each other, and that's how it's progressing. Another thing, the next level of partnership now, which we are actually going into, the second phase we are calling it, a scaled up thing, wherein we will not limit only to biogas, we will actually get into the solar space also. Then a different level of aggregation. Milk aggregation is going to be very interesting phenomenon going forward, where farmers may say that we are not going to come to a dairy cooperative society to pour a milk. Maybe you come to our farm and actually collect the milk. And then how do we actually innovate so that we can ensure in-time collection, transparent collection at the farmer doorstep? So that kind of technologies we are going to explore. In that second phase itself, we are trying to explore whether NDDB can also become maybe a lending institution, wherein we have a loan product or a credit product where we can actually support these farmers through credit. So maybe some kind of grant can come up, and then some kind of credit also can come up from maybe NDDB side, a small ticket size loan, which we are not in presently. Largely our lending is into the dairy plant level, working capital level in the dairy for dairy sector. But yes, we are exploring that also. So that experiment also we will try, and if actually succeeds, then we will definitely scale it up also. The advantage obviously which we have is the network of dairy cooperatives, and then the trusted institutions like Sustain Plus will actually ensure that yes, this such kind of lending products also can actually be implemented. So this is the space basically which we are working in.
Thank you so much, Niranjan ji. I come to Yogesh now. So we will hear in the next session about starting for lending for drip irrigation in Uttar Pradesh. As Ganesh said, drip irrigation is not new, but the penetration in Uttar Pradesh is close to zero as of now. But thanks to
close to zero.
Yeah. So, but thanks to the innovative, or I would say a very streamlined scheme which 2030 WRG has come up with, the demand is increasing substantially from the time the new scheme has been established. So Yogesh, if you could just give a brief about what this new scheme is, how it is different, and how backed on it we are, as a team, we are getting financial institutions to commit to lending for drip irrigation in Uttar Pradesh. Thanks.
Sure. 2030 WRG is a part of World Bank,
This is a technical support group and it doesn't provide any financial aid to government. So 2030 WRG is meant to provide technical support to governments apart from the fundings. So recently, before 2 years, we have started working with the state government of Uttar Pradesh, and we have suggested to improve some of their programs, including mechanization in agriculture and micro irrigation in agriculture. So we consulted each and every stakeholders of the micro irrigation system, from farmers to micro irrigation companies, from private sector, government and others. And as you know, there are a number of vested interests in implementing any government agencies from and within the government. So we brought all together on a common platform and successfully redesigned the micro irrigation delivery program, which is popularly known as the per drop more crop. So as of now, today, it is one of the most successful program of the government of Uttar Pradesh. And in last 1 year, we have successfully registered more than 2.6 lakh farmers for more than 3 lakh hectare of land. So that means this is the potential which the farmers want to install on their fields. And till date, more than 1 lakh systems is already installed. Currently, the UPMIP system is daily disbursing almost 3 crore rupees subsidy in favor of farmers to micro irrigation companies, and almost 500 hectares is being covered daily. So this is the scale of as of now of the scheme. And you might be aware the scheme has 90%, 80% subsidy component, and farmers have to pay 10% or 20% upfront cost to the micro irrigation company for installation. So most of farmers don't have this 10% or 20% amount, which arrives about to 5,000 to 30,000 for different systems. So many of farmers need this small support from any financial institutions, bank or any other lenders at the time of installation. If they can get this money, they are ready to install. So there is a gap of actually installed and potentially registered. Almost 1.5 lakh farmers are waiting for such a small amount of loan or small amount of money. So this is a huge market, we can say, for financial institutions, and we are working with the GIZ and other financial institutions to work out that how we can address this problem of the farmers and cater to these farmers. So this is the update.
Thank you so much. At the end of this session, we have somebody, Nidhi Gupta from Access Assist. We will inaugurate a write-up which actually explains how the scheme works. It needs a lot of explanation, and this is the first attempt to do that. In the meanwhile, Kritika has joined online. She couldn't be here. Can you please state very briefly how your work and both of us, me and her, ended up being a part of the line of credit from Caspian Debt? Sai will dwell on it a bit later. Yeah.
Thanks, and good morning to everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So very sorry again for not being able to make it there in person today, but happy to be part of this panel. Thanks, Sandeep, for roping us in. So with the GIZ's work as part of the energy cluster supporting the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy in the solarization of irrigation under the PM Kusum scheme, we ended up with a lot of learnings, especially related to creating access to finance for rural end beneficiaries, especially solar irrigation pumps. And we wanted to get an opportunity to expand on this, which obviously falls under the larger ambit of decentralized productive use technologies. And the focus would be then essentially on the product and process innovations that we can do to ensure, with the ultimate aim that finance at the right time and terms is available for small and marginal farmers. Thanks to the support from the IKEA Foundation, we, with these learnings about 2 years ago, started our work on development of new financial products. And how is it that we capacitate and build, the internal frameworks within financial institutions to lend to these decentralized renewable energy technologies? We found a lot of similarities, both Sandeep and I, in our work through albeit different projects, but really I think the core of it was that how through the deployment of renewable energy through DRE, It's so perfectly placed between the cusp of agriculture, climate change, livelihood, gender, something that I think all the panelists have briefly touched upon. I know Ganesh also mentioned about income security. And all this was really a natural move to collaborate, come together to bolster, each other's efforts. We found a lot of common ground, I must say, and one of them has been the need to actually discover a bankable pipeline for the financial institutions. And we felt that without this pipeline being available, any amount of product design, development, capacity building for financial institutions would really be futile. Um, I think today we have both our partners, FWWB India and Syngenta Foundation India, who are there, both joining virtually and physically respectively. And I'm sure they can take you through the finer nuances of our work. But thanks to our efforts and their efforts and us coming together, there is a pipeline of almost 12 crores discovered across 4 states of Assam, Bihar, Jharkhand and Odisha. The kind of technologies that we are dealing with here are micro solar water pumps, milking machines, silk reeling, spinning machines, solar water aerators, essentially spanned across the agri, dairy, and the fisheries value chain. So, Niranjanji, to your point, please don't feel alienated from all of this. Dairy is very much a part of focus of our work as well, and perhaps it'd be good to also connect later. And now, slowly, where we are at is that after this pipeline discovery, it has started to translate into disbursements from commercial financial institutions. And to that accord, the Caspian line of credit, what Sandeep mentioned, and I'm sure Sai will take us through later, gave us a chance to further broaden our efforts into unlocking this commercial capital to deploy these climate smart agricultural technologies at scale. And it has really, of course, helped put our case forth to other financial institutions beyond MFIs who would be interested. And it's really helping us tackle a lot of issues which were, by the way, common for some of the technologies that I just mentioned and other DRA technologies that we are dealing with. So some of them being de-risking these financial institutions, providing them the right cushion, looking at a lower cost of capital. And now, right soon after Caspian, we also have NABARD, which has come through, in the work that we are doing in the fisheries value chain in the state of Assam. And they have expressed a commitment towards the scale-up of DRA through some amount of technical and financial assistance through a blended finance product. So we look forward to working on these things in the next phase of our work, which deals with solarizing rural areas. And how is it that we can actually also incorporate gender inclusive financial products with the financial institutions being one of the key stakeholders in this entire process. With that, I will pause and perhaps Sandeep, hand it back to you.
Thank you, Kritika. I would now request Nidhi Gupta. Nidhi, are you here? Yes. To come on stage. And this is the write-up which the two of you, just two of you hold that. So this is the write-up which explains the work of the 2030 WRG because it's not very easy to understand, and financial institutions have explicitly asked for explanations, and Access Assist has been very kind to do this work for us. Thank you so much for doing this. And I would finish this session with this right now and request the Master of Ceremonies, Sunita, to take over for the next one.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandeep, and thank you our other panelists for joining the session. Definitely, the session is a valuable session, and it's helped everyone because they're quite diversified from the different institutions. So, moving towards our next session is about the financial institution brief on their experience on adoption of the technologies. For that, I just request Mr. Chandan Thakur from Sadhan, Mr. Amitesh Kumar from Midland Microfin, Mr. Anirudh Mirikar from Sampada Entrepreneurship and Livelihood Foundation, Ms. Nikita Harwani from Pahel Financial Services, Mr. Ajit Kumar Sabat from Muthur Microfin. So I request all our panelists please join us on the stage, and the session will be moderated by Mr. Chandan Thakur from Sadhan. So I just request all of you, please join us on the stage for this session. Yeah, over to you, Mr. Chandan Thakur.
Sunita, before we start, I think we are running a bit late, so how much time we have? Because as per the agenda, I guess we have 30 minutes, but we are running a bit late. So that will help me. Because now my role has changed and I am in a safer position. I just need to ask questions. And I have all the staff to just respond about the sector and how we are going to adopt in terms of technology, the challenges, the journey. Thanks, Sunita. So, we all know since we have since morning we have discussed a lot in terms of the importance of the climate, the technology, how we are going to adopt it, the role of private sector, the microfinance institutions. Of course, we all know the USP of MFI that I proudly feel and proudly say that our reach in the underpenetrated geography, we reach across the country, our door-to-door service. So these makes, of course, a bit our case a bit special, and we are really our presence across the country that makes us to cover as many as possible underprivileged community for this purpose. So as of now, today I just welcome all our panelists from Medical Sir to Amitesh ji, Ajit, and Nikita from Pahal. So we know I would like to start with Medical Sir from Sampada. Sir, we know Sampada in Maharashtra, in Ahmednagar, you have been working a lot on the drip irrigation part. We would like to know the journey, how do you shortlist the borrowers, how do you support them, even post disbursement, how do you handhold them to go for sustainable growth and all. And sir, given the time, I would request to share your view in 5 minutes time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sadhan and Sustain Plus GIZ for inviting us and giving this opportunity. Actually, as rightly put in by Mr. Yogesh in the last session, I will just take those words forward, that the need which the beneficiaries, the small and marginal beneficiaries had with regards to installing the drip irrigation system and increasing their productivity was the main aim to start with this. Previously, loans for drip irrigation, sprinklers were definitely taken, but since that purpose was not there, they used to take it for any other purpose, saying only agriculture or something. But when this particular need was a very crucial thing, which they always found, that they were deprived of the subsidies, which was the back-end subsidies. And they could not get the subsidies ranging up to 70 to 80% in Maharashtra, which he said in Uttar Pradesh it was up to 90%. So that particular 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 rupees loans only helped that farmer to install that system, secondly to get those subsidies from the government. So these direct benefit transfers was the major thing. And in the year 1921-22, when Sadhan came up with such type of idea that can we go with such type of products or so. So we were very much eager because that was not a new technology at all. That definitely was always been asked by the farmers, and that was the real need which we also always felt. So we started with that journey, and since we are a very small microfinance institution, we are Section 8, but during this period we could also reach up to 500 farmers covering their 500 acres of land with these drip irrigation systems. Secondly, I will just like to add 2-3 things. Even if time is short, I will take 2-3 minutes for this. That during this particular journey, we also developed certain technologies in developing Jivamrut, Amrut Pani and Dashparni for going for non-residual agriculture. and cultivating crops without any residues. Thirdly, we also gave loans for some of the agriculture infrastructure for developing the cattle sheds, wherein there was also a DBT around 80,000 to 1 lakh rupees, for which they had to invest 40,000 rupees. So these particular things helped us to develop our customers, and the customers also felt that it is really necessary that certain institution with this focus comes in and helps us, also helps the society. During our journey, FWWB was the real, what we can say, breakthrough for us, that they provided us loans for these particular climate resilient products at 9% to a microfinance institution. Means always microfinance institutions talk that they get loans at a higher rate of interest, but it was FWWB. And since FWWB gave us loans at a lower interest rate, we could also give it to the farmers at a lower interest rate. So this was certain things which we experienced during the journey, which we are, and now I think that this particular type of things will definitely increase in future course of time. I am also happy here that somebody from Midland also called me, and they also wanted to know how so we can also discuss this during the tea and lunch period. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I will move to Amitesh ji. Amitesh ji, like Midland being one of the MFI operating in almost 14 states, if I am not wrong, and you are going to start drip irrigation in Uttar Pradesh shortly on 21st of this month itself. So we would like to know your approach in terms of how the institution is gearing up for this climate resilient products, innovation, the technology. What are the parameters or the things that you look for? How do you want to scale it up? And is there any plan like post UP you would like to go for another states as well where you are operating? So, and the challenges what you are experiencing in all this.
So thank you, Chandan. First of all, let me appreciate Sadhan GIZ for arranging such a knowledge sharing event. So I'm Amitesh Kumar. I'm Chief Operating Officer and CFO for Midland Microfin. We are close to 3,000 crore AUM, and we are present in almost 14 states, and almost 11 lakh of women borrowers are associated with us. And we are into 100% women-led entrepreneur financing and working through JLG mechanism across the nation. So since last few years, I think as an institution, we realized that we have to invest more in sustainable practices within the organization also and across the customers also. I think we as an institution have taken a lot of initiatives in recent times for our customers for promoting sustainable environmental products in terms of solar financing, solar rooftop financings, and drip irrigation financings in recent times. With the help of Sadhan, we realized that there was a lot of demand coming in. We are the biggest, I think we are also one of the big competitors among microfinance institutions in Uttar Pradesh. And we were seeing that there were a lot of demand coming in. Government is taking a lot of initiatives. We are engaging with the state governments there. And their demand was also from microfinance institutions that we should support such state level initiatives. So with the help of Sadhan, we have done some homework, and then we finally thought of to promote drip irrigation financing, and we are yet to launch this program on 21st in the event by Yogi Adityanath ji in Lucknow. So I think as far as challenges are concerned, I think 2-3 things was very much important that first of all is that infrastructure and the kind of cost is required. Kind of institution we are in for-profit kind of institution. We do not have a dedicated line of credit from any institutions who support us to build such kind of initiatives. So I think cost is one of the concern, but as an institution, we are a fully scaled up institution. We thought of to take initiative and then probably showcases it in front of different lenders or our stakeholders, and we realize that definitely going forward, a lot of other institutions will support us. But let us take a lead of it, and let us not create a kind of barrier from our side, and we should take initiative. Probably other institutions will support up. Second thing, what we realize is that the customers also, they feel that investing in such kind of products is a kind of extra burden for them, because investing in such kind of practices require a lot of investments. So I think that is also one of the barrier we realized, but subsidized lending through reduction of interest rate is kind of motivation for clients, which is generating a lot of interest among them. So I think these two challenges are main, and we wanted to overcome it. As an institution, we want to scale up first in Uttar Pradesh, and then with good use cases, we will be able to, I think, scale up in other geographies. Thank you.
So thank you, Amtesh. Now I would like to move to Nikita. Nikita, Pahal being one of the, you have started the biodigester in Mehsana district of Gujarat, and I guess the pilot was done in January to March. So we would like to understand the experience of Pahal in biodigester. I remember in other way as well, because Pahal has been quite active in lot of such initiative in Gujarat and other part. You are also present in 10 states of the country. So just share your experience, particularly challenges. How did you overcome impact at ground? I mean, all the farmers who have availed the loan. Do you have you undertaken any impact study, or to just understand their socio-economic growth out of all those? So if you can just share your experience on this.
Thank you for the question. Hello everyone, I am Nikita. I am representing Pahal Financial Services, NBFC MFI based out of Ahmedabad, Gujarat. So yes, Pahal, we launched biodigester product last year, and apart from biodigester, we are also into wash and parametric insurance. For biodigester, the major challenges that we faced at initial stage were the past experience that customer already had for the cement-based biodigester plant. So they were not ready to accept the new technology. So climate resilience technology product we already have in market since years, but they were not robust enough to give customers that level of benefits. With new technologies coming in, but dairy farmers already had their own experiences, they were not ready to accept. Only when they saw real benefits from 4 to 5 demonstration plants, then only they were like forehand, and the new inquiries started to pour in. So, and of course, we also did some marketing campaigns. We did feature the product on website so that to spread more and more awareness on that, customer awareness, and educating them the benefits of climate resilient products that they can have without impacting their income or lifestyle is the main thing that we need to do. And apart from that, if it is about monitoring the impact, so as a PEHL, we are in the process of registering for the carbon credit program. So 2 months down the line, we are planning to do a baseline survey for all the products that we have sold in past 1 year, be it solar lamps, biodigester, and we are expecting that survey will give us will give proper impact data that will be useful for us in future decision making. And of course, the cost is another thing that is that would be helpful in for biodigester. If we see the subsidized actual cost of the product is around 45,000, but the subsidized price that we were able to offer farmers was 15,000 because of the ownership that farmers were ready to transfer the ownership of carbon points to the OEMs. So these are various factors that and challenges that are really important and which can be mitigated for climate resilient products.
So at Pahal, you must be extending capacity building support to your team at ground to support the farmers to avail all those benefits of carbon credit. All the farmers are in a position to understand and take all the benefits.
Yes. So we have our field officers, and we also get good support from our from the manufacturing company. They are always present on the field to solve the queries for the farmers, to make them understand what are the benefits and how also make them aware that these carbon points will be transferred to the OEMs. And we do get consent from farmers. We get the signing forms signed, and then only the process is done.
Sure. Thanks, Nikita. Before I move to Ajit, Amiteshji, one more thing I would like to understand. I am aware that Midland is already into electric bike. So, if you can just share your experience, the experience of Midland, how you are moving ahead with the electric bike in terms of the promoting energy. So, a bit experience of Midland on this part.
In fact, I think a few years back, because most of our center officers are actually traveling through bikes and working in area of operations, and they are riding approx 70 to 80 kilometers per day. So as a management, we were figuring out ways and means how we can add value there. So we were attending a lot of workshops, and we were very keen to start such initiatives. So I think last year we done that pilot. We have given 25 e-cycles to our own center officers first to test the product, and asking our center officers to do their field activities. And what we realized that it had really helped a lot, because that e-cycles is able to, I think with full charge, it is able to run approx 40 to 45 kilometers. And as we charge our mobile, we can charge those cycles within 1 hour. Again, it can go for 15 to 20 kilometers. So we had a good I think, use case build up. Then we thought of to do pilot with the clients also, because when our people were going into villages, then customers and customers' husbands, they were also saying that we also wanted to buy bikes because diesel cost is going up. So then we have started this pilot with 100 odd customers in Bihar, and we are seeing a great response of these products. So I think with all these pilots and use cases, it had motivated our institutions to invest in that direction, and we are working in that directions, and it helping our purpose also. Thank you.
Thank you, Amiteshji. So Ajit, coming back to you, and you are one of the largest player in the industry, operating in almost 20 states, the listed entity. So what's the strategy of Muthoot? I mean, of course, we know like Muthoot has been in a lot of such developmental activities. But regarding this technology, how Muthoot is gearing up, and how are you planning to go further to start intervention in this segment?
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for this good initiative by Sadhan and GIZ. I am Ajit Kumar Sabat, representing Muthoot Microfinance, which is a listed company, which is a part of Muthoot Papachan Group, which has got 7 entities. One of them is one of the financial services is Muthoot Microfinance. We are in 20 states and catering around 3.5 million customer base. So we are almost 13,000 crore company. So in our company, we are mostly technology driven company. So most of from A to Z, we are totally depending upon the technology. Even if our collection is around 30% of digitally. So we are more depending upon the technology only. So in Muthoot also, we are financing solar product financing we are doing, and we are one of the pioneer for VAS product also. Almost 1 lakh customer are given, and we are giving training to masons. We are training to our field staffs for this VAS product, so that they can have clean drinking water and clean sanitation also. Besides that, we have got one of a very good product called NatCat insurance. Almost more than 80% of our customer has been covered. It is not a 100% compulsory product, but it is a optional product still, because nowadays if you see microfinance, there are a lot of natural calamities happening, and there in 1 year at least 2 to 3 times that calamities are happening. To protect our customers, we have done one product, natural calamity product, which cost is very less, but they are being covered around 1.2 lakhs. So we are giving them, and besides that also, we are protecting 3 months of their EMI. We don't charge 3 months of EMI, so that their income can be survived, and then they can give us back. So that is a very good product. In last month only, we have got 23,000 claims are there. Almost 19,000 claims are being passed. So 19,000 members are being helpful in last flood affected cases.
Thanks, Ajit. So before, I would also like to take a few questions from the audience, but I have a question for all the panelists, and that is on the funding part. So, I mean, what kind of dedicated line of credit or financial support you expect to take it up from the lending fraternity from the banks, from the donors, from the different kind of philanthropic institutions. So I would like to start with Mirikar sir, and then briefly from each one of you. Thank you.
No, actually, as FWW has given the line of credit, so since all these products comes under priority sector, so banks should also take an initiative to provide such type of lending. Secondly, certain NBFC MFIs also can work on it, even if they are not working directly, but in order to establish their footprints in the social, what we can say, the environment, as well as in this ecosystem, if they are not directly working. So there are certain institutions who are working with such type of vision. So if they have a tie-up with such type of institutions, can also help to grow such type of portfolio. So this type of initiatives, and without collaboration, without these things, nothing can happen in this particular ecosystem. So we have to come together and see that we work together and have a same type of vision to go for climate resilient products and services.
Amitesh ji.
So I think when we started with the palette and thought of to introduce, get ourselves introduced in this financing into sustainable products, what we realize is that we need to customize our products for different geographies. I mean to say UP has certain different challenges, Bihar has certain different challenges. So you need to tweak with the customization of products and design that products, and that is that requires definitely a kind of dedicated line of credit support, because all you know that we are basically for profit entities. We also take loans from banks. Our cost of borrowing is increasingly going high. So with the farmers, which is again a politically very sensitive kind of segment, right? So higher rate of interest, the way we lend to our customers, I think it will not be acceptable. So I think as an institution, however, we do not have as of support, but we thought of to dedicate 5 crore of fund recently for drip irrigation financing with an interest rate of 15% in UP itself. And then we think that we can reach to different kind of institution for us, giving us a dedicated line of green financing kind of support, and then probably we will be able to take up a lot of initiative. Yes, indeed, support is required. We are taking initiative. First, leave with our own purpose, with our own thought process, and then probably we will be reaching to institution for dedicated line of credit with a subsidized rate of interest, so that we can pass on this benefit to the farmers. So that's our philosophy and thought process as of now.
Thanks, Amitesh ji. Nikita, we would like to know your take on this.
Yes, of course. As an institution, definitely a low-cost funding and some government-backed schemes would help us to actually promote this product and pass on the benefits to the farmers for this. And not only just financial aspect, some risk assessment thing can also be made part of financing if these are climate products, and the quality of risk that is involved, that can be, if that is made part of, that would be, I think, quite beneficial.
Yeah, just after Ajit, so you'll take, and then we'll take a few questions from the audience.
I think two of my already MFI friends have told that, and cost is a big factor for MFIs, because we are getting fund and we are lending, and may not be it is, or also technical things also, we need have some technical knowledge, and initial setup cost will be there. So it will be there. If some help will be there, some partner will be there, maybe we can think of having this type of product.
I'm sure there are many bankers and philanthropic institutions are there. I'm sure they will. So yeah, Pautho, and any questions from the panelists? So we can take a few questions in the interest of time.
So my question is to Nikita's point, where she is asking for low-cost loan and risk management, sort of support as well. So my question is, how different are these farmers from your traditional microfinance borrowers, and why do you perceive them to be having additional risk? Is it because the product that you are financing? Because my understanding is that the customer segment is anyway the same, right? So why is the need for a low-cost loan or a risk, management facility to look at these segments differently?
Thanks, Walter.
Well, yes, more or less the customer segment is same, but if you see, like, there are various challenges that this segment is already facing. This customer segment is already facing the climate challenges that we have. If you see, biodigester is mainly targeted towards dairy farmers. Now, dairy farmers that have their own set of challenges. They are majorly dependent on livelihood. Cattle for their livelihood. So cattle milk production varies in various seasons. If you see in summer season where the temperature goes beyond a certain point, they suffer income loss on per day basis. So we do have products for that, but the awareness is not there. So due to the income loss, financial institutions do face a risk of customers going in par or overdue for specific months. So yes, the category itself is challenging. That's the
Got
reason.
it. So any other questions from? Yeah. So after this, we will take one last question, and then we will conclude.
As your field staffs are using e-bicycles, I would like to understand that in rural pockets, infrastructure for charging is already a challenge. So how effective for field staff and how productive it is using e-bicycle?
So I think we have started our pilot with some very high density populated districts, as well as where our concentration of clients are very high. So we started from there only, and I think we are not facing that much of challenges because electrification is almost done in majority of highly populated states. I'm not saying that whatever, I think we will be able to scale up much in sparsely populated regions, for example, Rajasthan and all, but in Bihar and UP, at district headquarter locations or nearby locations, the density of population is very high, and our concentrations are very high, and we are able to manage it. Because see, what we realize is that when you have a mobike, the center officers used to tend to go to villages and then they quickly come to branches, so they do not engage their productive hours in field activities. So when you have such kind of limitation, then you tend to use your resources more efficiently and tend to spend more time in villages with communities and work more. So I think as of now, I think we have very selectively chosen highly penetrated areas, those areas where concentration is high, and it is giving good results for us, and it is saving fuel for our people also. And obviously it's a kind of initiative which we have taken, and we have given free of cost product to our center officers, and we have incentivized them with their productivity at ground level. So it is yielding good result. Let's see, I think, how we scale up these operations, and then probably we will have more use cases to elaborate in front of you, because we have less than 6 months we have started this pilot, and still it has to be, I think, be done at a larger scale. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the last question, and
so Nikita, you spoke about also offering parametric insurance to your borrowers. I wanted to understand if you cover only loss of productivity as part of it, or is it also covering asset insurance, theft, etc. And for which value chains have you been able to build a robust model for parametric insurance? So yeah.
As of now, yes, we are covering only productivity loss of milk productivity loss, and of course, currently we are only covering dairy customers.
so thank you. And if there is any other question, you may interact with them during the breaks during the day. So I just thank you all our panel members for this insightful discussion, and thank you so much. We just conclude the session. Thank you. Thank you. Nita.
Thank you. Thanks, Chandan. I just thank everyone for joining this session and sharing your inputs on that. So now, consider the time, we just shortened the tea break. We are having a 10-minute tea break. So further, I just request all of you to join the panel right after 10 minutes so that we can start our next session on the time itself. So there's a 10-minute. I'm just requesting all of you, please join us by 12:20. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. I just request all of you, please be seated so that we can start our session. So the next session is about investing in microfinance for climate smart agriculture opportunities and challenges. For that, I just request Mr. Sai Pramod from Caspian Debt, Mr. S.S. Bhatt from FWB, he will join us virtually, Mr. Raj Kumar from Agri3, Ms. Sandhya Singh, Nab Samruddhi Finance, she is also joining from virtually. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Kalpesh Gada, Climate Policy Initiative. So I request all of you, please join the session. So over to you, Mr. Kalpesh.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. While we just wait for our online participants, so just in terms of some kind of a context setting, so we heard in the morning from GIZ, Sustain Plus, Sadhan, about the kind of work that's happened already or is continuously happening in terms of accelerating the adoption of new technologies. After which we also heard from the microfinance companies themselves on who are the actual last mile lenders to the ultimate consumers, and we heard their views as well. But clearly microfinance companies can do what they aim to do if they get a continuous dose of capital. And they in turn need to be raising money for them to deploy money, which is where this session comes in. And we have a set of capital providers in various ways, be it directly as debt or as guarantors for that debt. And it's important to hear from them as well as to what their view is. So looking forward to an interesting set of discussion. And we do realize that this is a session just pre-lunch. So we'll try and ensure that lunch doesn't get delayed. And we'll also try and ensure that people don't doze off to sleep. I usually feel a success of a session is if we have 90% of the people awake. So let's aim for that. Sandeep, do we have everybody online? Should we start? Okay. Just to set things start, I'll just request all of you to just give a brief overview of the respective organizations, just so that people have the right context of the kind of work the organizations do and the nature of financing that is provided for climate smart agriculture. And since it's usually ladies first, so Sandhya, if we could start with you.
Yeah, thank you. Sandhya from Nishith Finance. It's an NBFC and it's a subsidiary of NABARD. So as we all know that NABARD has been spearheading this agricultural finance and also various type of supports from very beginning. Being a subsidiary of NABARD, we at present are giving wholesale means funds, wholesale lending to NBFCs, MFIs, and also started on a very small basis, give loans to MSMEs which are into impact segment, into this climate related or anything that has to be related with wash or any of the SDGs. So this is the brief introduction of my organization and the type of or funding that we are doing. Thank you.
Right. Raj, if you could hear from you next.
Yeah, hi. I am representing Agri3 Fund, which is a Netherlands-based entity, and Agri3 Fund is involved in providing guarantees to local financial institutions to mobilize local capital or the bank capital for companies or the products, which are into the segment of, climate smart agriculture and, reducing, mitigating the climate, change. So, yeah. And one of the bank Agri3 has partnered with is HSBC Bank, where Agri3 and HSBC Bank has set up a large credit line, for funding to MFIs and for again the transition to climate smart agriculture. So
Interesting. Sai.
Sure. Thanks, and looking forward to the discussion today. I'm Sai Pramod. I lead business at Caspian Debt. We are a impact-focused NBFC based out of Hyderabad. We primarily provide debt capital to early-stage companies operating in different sectors in the both MSME and the financial institution space. So in MSME, we work with entities like operating in sectors of food and ag, clean technology, healthcare, education, water and sanitation, livelihoods. We also have a focus on women-focused enterprises because we are also a 2x recognized flagship fund. That's part of our impact agenda. And in the financial inclusion space, we work with microfinance institutions and NBFCs which are lending further towards underserved MSMEs as such, which are typically difficult to reach for entities like us or even banks. So we've been in this business for about 10 years and supported close to 250 plus enterprises. So that's quickly, very briefly in terms of what we do. And Samruddhi, who are there, they are also a partner. They nudge us to do a lot of things like lending to WASH and climate smart agriculture as well. So that's the role which we play in the ecosystem to nudge towards certain things in terms of making it happen.
Super. So that's a good background, and clearly we have a great variety of institutions here. Sandhya, I am tempted to just take on from the previous session where one of the questions asked to the various microfinance companies was that what is it that you expect from your lenders? And almost on cue, we heard most of the MFIs saying that subsidized line of credit. So basically, like any lender would typically look for cheaper financing. Since you do fund various MFIs, what is your view on that? And this is especially in the context of funding these newer technologies. How reasonable is this demand, and how reasonable is it for you to fulfill that demand? So what's your view on providing subsidized credit lines to MFIs for them to do the last mile funding to the end consumers?
So, means taking your questions one by one. First of all, the expectations, as you rightly said, that their expectations are always better commercials altogether and more customizable terms, because these are still in the initial phase. But more than that, they are looking at a credit plus approach, which means that if I will be funding the MFI, or the MFI will be funding the ultimate borrower, they will not expecting only the loan, but also support through the whole of the life cycle of the loan, whether it is in the form of technical support or any other support, subsidized rates, or means in any other type of support. MFIs are expecting that their wholesale lenders are also tuned into the end-to-end final process, customize their products that suits their end borrowers. And in terms of picking up of these products, like these are obviously there is a break of products that can be offered, but there exists, since there is no proven track record for these products, there is an inertia for the MFIs as well as the ultimate borrowers. If we talk about the ultimate borrowers, then these segment are like a rural segment with a lower affordability, and there is an inertia sometimes to have an experimental mental mindsets towards these type of products. And in terms of MFIs also, like since there is no proven track record, there is inertia from MFIs also. So these are the broad points that I can think of.
Sure, and we'll revisit some of that as we go along. But just to carry this argument further, Raj, you mentioned that there is a guarantee facility which you've provided with HSBC. One, if you could collaborate, if you could elaborate on the facility design, and if possible, if you could also touch upon the pricing side of it. So what does it enable? How does it help the bank? How does it help the end MFIs? is there an element of lowering the cost of funding for the ultimate MFIs thanks to this program? If you could just explain some of that.
Sure. So facility again, as in the morning session it was mentioned that Q was taken again from those wash loans that, the MFIs have the large network. And if you want to drive some technology innovation or some technology adoption, one of the key criteria is financing. And even, the end farmer can't mobilize the subsidy without this, the financing piece, because again, most of these subsidies come as a back-end subsidy. So, and that's where we thought that, okay, we have the MFI large network and we have some of the technologies, which could be useful for farmers, and there is already lots of, these subsidy schemes are running for this. And that's how we came together with the HSBC Bank, signed a framework agreement and, designed a 50 million facility for mobilizing capital for the MFIs. Now, another piece to this particular facility was that how do you identify those technologies, because mid to large scale MFIs may not have those technology immediately ready, and along with those technology you have to bring those technology into a financial product also. So that's where we engaged with our friends in MicroSafe Consulting. So they helped us in design a technical assistance program which can help these MFIs identifying those technologies. And obviously Sandeep and team has also been very helpful in identifying those technology, in helping us to identify those technology. So this whole technical assistance program helped us in bringing the financial product, while the capital mobilization part from the MFI also helped us in creating a large distribution network. So now coming to the pricing side, we can't directly say that we have reduced the pricing, but there are two ways to it. Usually banks, whenever they do funding to MFIs, they define the end purpose, and there is a high risk perception involved with the climate smart agriculture technology where these MFIs are funding. So that part is something that, okay, for banks we have guaranteed them, they are ready to take those additional exposure on these MFIs, and these MFIs are able to develop additional product, financial product, which can fund these new technology innovation, while keeping the risk at a same level where they are funding other type of livelihood or wash loan, and and so directly probably not able to reduce the tax interest rate immediately, but indirectly, because you are moving from a private credit line of 14-15% or whatever to a banking line which probably is 10 or 11%, and some guarantee fee on it, still it may reduce some level of interest rate for the MFIs, while there is also a reduced risk associated with it for the banker. So
got it. And just to assuming there are a few bankers here who might be interested to also consider taking a guarantee from your side for a similar purpose, would there be certain conditionalities associated with it? Would there be certain ticket sizes or certain on lending requirements that you need to lend it at a certain rates or something?
So Agri3 fund all kind of entities. By fund I mean guarantees. It could be corporate, it could be SMEs, it could be the large FPOs, or it could be NBFCs or MFIs. So we would be keen to partner with banks. There are no such conditions. The only thing is that this guarantee structuring takes large time because of the legal and compliance involved, and usually these are tough to scale. So that's where you identify one or two partner and keep doing same transaction over and over again, so that both the teams become comfortable in each other, and those product at a bank level at least can be standardized. I'm not sure if the guarantee product we can standardize at a industry level or across different banks, because even the interpretation of some of the regulatory compliance may vary from bank to bank, and what kind of calls or risks they are ready to take. So and we are anyway looking for other banking partnerships to increase our reach. So yeah.
just picking on this line, one thing which often becomes an issue in context of similar products is this additionality issue. How does one address the fact that ideally the idea is that if a certain bank is already lending an X amount to any sector, here the context is MFIs, how do you ensure that thanks to this guarantee, the total funding becomes X plus? And it doesn't become an issue where the bank starts absorbing a guarantee support for the same amount of lending which it was doing in any case. Any thoughts on that?
So at least whatever guarantee products I have seen, or including Agri 3, usually guarantee product don't cover the existing funding, and they don't encourage the refinancing also. So that takes care of the financing additionality perspective, that you are increasing the exposure. Then like guarantee product which is provided by Agri 3, which takes care of a certain high risk and utilization, whether it is through MFIs or NBFCs, which otherwise probably would not have been possible for a bank to fund those high risk and utilization from MFI or NBFCs. So probably these are the few things using which we take care of the additionality piece.
So I just have one thing, just to contextualize, has HSBC already funded some of the MFIs?
Yeah, they were funded by some of these MFIs, but those were the usual livelihood loans. With our guarantee, they have taken those additional exposure, and the end use has been defined on the agriculture side.
So good to see the ball rolling in any case with it.
Yeah. So actually the idea is we incentivize as well as motivate these financial institutions to take those end beneficiary calls for these particular products.
We have with us Mr. Bhatt also, who's also joined online. Mr. Bhatt, can you hear us?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Excellent. So, Mr. Bhatt, just before we did this start of round of questions, was just encouraging everyone to have a brief overview of the organizations and the kind of financing that is provided in the context of climate smart agriculture. So if we could just start with those opening remarks from your side, and then I'll have a bunch of questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Sorry for being late. In fact, I represent FWWB, Friends of Women's World Banking India, based out of Ahmedabad. The vision of the organization is that to form a society with equity and social justice, wherein women play an active role in the holistic development. All our activities are centered around gender. That is the main focus where we are working on, and we work on the socio-economic empowerment of the low-income women, and also the low-income women from the agricultural sector also. That way, it's a 40-year-old organization. Initially, we started with microfinance in developing the microfinance segment, then the SHG segments, and also the women entrepreneurship segment. In the last 5 years, we have been in the climate space, where we try to see that how we can develop the one. FWWB is an organization, it's an NGO, and also we have a catalytic lending arm, wherein it gives us the advantage to experiment and innovate and try to develop some new products also. Secondly, in order to source the philanthropic funds also, it's a good way to take philanthropic fund, use it for the catalytic funding activities, and try to build some evidences on those things. That is the advantage we have. In that way, we have been able to make this FPO movement as one of the prime movements in the country. And if FPO is now treated as an asset class by the mainstream financial institutions, FWWB, in association with Ford Foundation, GIZ, and many other organizations, has mainstreamed that effort right from, say, almost now about 10 to 12 years. As regards the climate resilient financial products, what we have for the agricultural segment specifically, we work with the smallholder farmers. mainstreaming the gender there, promoting women in agriculture and giving them the voice, representation, and the leadership. Second thing is, see the type of financial products what we have is, we have a loan product wherein we provide loans for working capital requirement of the FPOs, and our portfolio of the FPOs contain more than 50% of the women-led and women FPOs, all women FPOs. That is where we try to see that women are taking the role even in the climate resilient activities. Second is we have a blended finance product in the sense that we source some sort of revolving fund from the FCRA donors and also even the CSR donors, wherein you use that money to build a product wherein a concessional capital is provided to these type of financial products, wherein the FPOs and even the smallholder farmers are able to get credit from us. Essentially, what we do is this revolving fund, we give it at a very nominal rate, say about anywhere between 8 to 10%. And our normal lending rate goes around 14%. In that way, we are able to reduce the overall interest for these organizations. Second thing, what we do on the climate resilient practices is, because all these nascent organizations or NGOs or even the FPOs who are nascent, but we are doing good work on the climate space in order to bring the awareness among the smallholder farmers. Second thing is making the practices. What are those practices which are helpful for climate resilience? Those promoting that, we can have we have a convergence of both capacity building and credit. In that way, the effectiveness of our financial product enhances and gives greater benefit to the smallholder farmer at the last mile level. The third thing on the financial product is on the working capital facilities provided to the FPOs, wherein they are doing the non-pesticide managed products. So we have, with the support of Safe Harvest, tried to identify FPOs who are working on the farmers who are practicing the non-pesticide managed, that reduced use of pesticides, and those type of products we are promoting. Then also the millet side, wherever millets are cultivated and drought resistant varieties are there, those FPOs, even if they are, if you put a desk appraisal for them, they may not be able to get the credit. But we see that because there is an innovative practice and they are going to have this innovation in their field and try to advocate to others, no? That way we try to help them to see that these technologies are further adopted. The third thing what we are doing is on the within the FPO system, we try to promote green entrepreneurs, green enterprises, and green entrepreneurs, wherein directly some sort of credit we are giving from this revolving fund side, and also we ask the funders to provide some sort of funding facility for these enterprises. We raise some contribution from the entrepreneur and also some contribution for the FPO, and also we provide the concessional and the grant capital to these, so that these enterprises are able to serve, in respect of bios input centers, in respect of preparing other products which are required for, and the seed bank and all those things. No, these are built on an entrepreneur model, so that the ecosystem gets helped with these new type of technologies. I think that is a brief on the overall activities. I can come in later. Thank you.
Sure, got it. And I do have a bunch of questions arising from those, and which we'll come back in a moment. Sai, one thing which comes to my mind is that while we've spoken about the end consumer financing, I mean, be it the farmers, etc., we've also spoken about some of the funding needs of MFIs themselves. But in this entire system, clearly the enterprises which are the equipment manufacturers, be it the cooling solutions, etc., these firms themselves need a whole host of funding, be it equity, debt, and so on. And their own financial strength and regular access to finance is important, because if they are not in a good position, how will they provide after-sales service and so on? Since you sit on that junction where you fund both MFIs as well as these equipment manufacturers, what is your view on the ability of these equipment manufacturers to absorb funding? How debt ready do you think they are? And what is it that the system can do to ensure the strength of these equipment manufacturers themselves?
No, in fact, that's our forte, where we do mid corporates, where anybody with a revenue of even 2 to 3 crores up to 100 crores also we've been able to support in the past. Clean this entire gamut of whatever climate related thing constitutes close to 10% of our portfolio right now as we speak. But the challenges remain. So firstly, we are open to that, just that it's about trying to find the right people, and that's where based on my interaction in terms of whatever I've seen already, the technologies which have been shortlisted by Sustain Plus, GIZ, this thing, many of these enterprises, my feeling is that these entrepreneurs are quite passionate about what they want to do. They brought in little bit of their own capital by doing whatsoever possible, but in terms of scale, they are not there yet. And that's where their scale will also pick up once the end consumers also start to consume their products in itself, right? So the balance sheet strength of these enterprises itself is a challenge at this point of time, but we have our own mechanisms to be able to mitigate the risk wherever we think that we can do, and one of the ways is through the guarantee which we ourselves have. So we are supported by entities like USAID, which has given us a $20 million guarantee to be able to lend to clean technology companies, right? We've been supported by Wilgrow, where through healthcare or this thing, we've been able to support healthcare enterprises also in the past. Those are not typically, we do not see that as a means for us to be able to grow our portfolio, because those are very small loans which we have done anywhere between 50 lakhs to 5 crores sort of thing. In fact, we've not been able to go back to a couple of these which were supported by these guarantee programs to say that, okay, now that you've built a credit history, we are fine, but do you want to take in an additional funding? We've not been able to really scale up that, but at least what it does is that we've developed a relationship, and we think that, as at the ground level also the demand for these products gets picked up, they run their operations profitably. Equity investors also need to take a first plunge at some of these entities which, the technology, I think 8 or 9 which you've currently shortlisted, which we are keen to support as Caspian to the MFIs, right? So yeah, that's there, but just to summarize, it's something we are very keen to. In fact, Sandeep, Keti have also reached out saying that, okay, we are seeing this demand, why don't you look at providing a line? So we are already in active discussions with them in terms of doing it, right? So yeah.
Yeah, so the good thing is that there are at least some of them who are in a position to absorb debt, if not all, but there could be at least some sort of a template setting in which helps the other companies also to know what they need to do if they have to really absorb debt.
So I think, as Sai has highlighted, all the pieces, throughout the supply chain are in place. We have guarantors, we have financiers who can fund, NBFCs and MFI who can fund the end beneficiary. Then we have financier who can fund the technologies. So the probably one piece which and we have the innovators or the funders or the philanthropy capital who are supporting the innovators on the technology innovation. Probably one piece which still need to be figured out is the adoption at the end user or end beneficiary level, because that adoption of the technology, adoption of these climate smart practices requires consumer behavior change, if I may say in marketing language, which is one of the toughest piece to tackle with. And that's where probably we need lots of advocacy support or philanthropic organization or DFIs, technical assistance grants kind of things which can drive those adoption, because once those adoptions are in place, that business case which you are looking for these technology and these entrepreneurs will already, and from the market perspective, the scale will start picking up, and that's where it becomes relatively easier for likes of Caspian and others to take those calls on those technology innovators.
Sorry, Sorry, just to add, this is something when typically I'm part of these forums also I say with a couple of innovators in the audience. I'm saying that the capital is there. I have $20 million to deploy, but I'm not even halfway through. So the challenge is on you to say that, okay, can you take the money or not, right? So
No, this is very interesting because this comes up in the context of various discussions every time we talk about climate finance in any context. So on the one hand, we talk about massive billions of dollars of gap. There's a massive gap on climate finance, etc. Just looking at that, it seems as if financing is a shortfall. And the moment we speak to the financiers, very often we hear that saying that money is available wherever it can be absorbed or wherever there's a commercial case. However, A, B, C is missing. And if I was to just marry what the both of you are saying is that, and clearly Raj, like you mentioned, that if you look at the entire set of pieces, there are innovators. Not every technology may be viable, but thanks to all these programs, we know that 8, 10, 12, 15 of them are viable. So the technology exists, those companies exist. Like Sai mentioned, that many of them are in a position to scale, which means they are already somewhere close to profitability and so on. So that's one side. The clients are also there, not entirely maybe ready to absorb technologies, but they are there. Funders to the clients, funders to these enterprises, etc., is all available. So then what is missing? One of the things I mentioned is, or you mentioned that, is greater efforts towards adoption. Like I mentioned, a proper creation of a strong pipeline. So, Mr. Bhatt, I'm curious to hear from you that if we are saying that there are technologies which exist, but there need to be more efforts for accelerating those adoption. Question, do you think adequate efforts are being done? And if not, what more do you think the system needs to ensure to put together so that these technologies which are available get adopted at a quicker pace, at a faster pace, and then the funding, etc., can fall into place?
Yeah. The thing is, as Sai was mentioning, the behavioral change is very important. Many of the farmers, small farmers, understand that the climate risks and the climate challenges provide them a lot of hurdles in their activities. But they know that there are some solutions, but they are hesitant to go for that solutions because of the immediate economic setback. Okay, in that way, behavioral change becomes the first set of things which definitely the capacity building organizations can try to build the understanding of the farmer that these practices, if you are following, definitely, if not this year, next year, you are going to gain out of these practices. And in the long term, on a sustainable basis, you can get benefit out of these things. I think that building evidences for the technologies or the activities, what we are doing is most important. That happens only when there is centricity among the community. We need to see that community is taken into confidence and we are able to build solutions or promote solutions which the community understands. And for that, what at FWWB we are doing is we have this farmer field school type of practice wherein a lead farmer is there. He is giving some, say, half an acre of land or something like that. And among the set of farmer school farmers, the lead farmer tries to engage in these practices and shows the other farmers that if we practice this is going to be the result. In that way, we are trying to build evidences for these type of practices which are climate resilient and climate helpful, and even on the technologies also. We are working with GIZ in Odisha and Assam to promote solar technologies for agriculture and this one. There also you have seen that initially it was very difficult to get in people to understand that why this is required, the replacement cost is very high, and all those things. But with the convincing, within a period of say 8 to 9 months, we have been able to bring maybe about more than 1,000 or 1,200 women farmers into this activity with adopting solar aerators in the fish tanks, then solar reeling machines, all these type of things. That requires a lot of investment in building the capacity and trying to change the behavior of the clients at the ground level. And also, in order to have the sustainability, I think we need to build the capacity of the local organizations also. It is not that one organization doing that work would be sufficient, but the local organizations' capacity also has to be built. If these smallholder farmers or the FPOs or the NGOs need any support at that point of time, they should have a fallback, immediate fallback in the near vicinity to have these solutions. One example I can quote in Amreli in the Gujarat district, what we are trying to practice is building these natural farming practices and changing the cropping pattern from cotton to some other crops. This time what happened was they had planted, with our advice and other things, they had planted groundnut. Groundnut was harvested, but immediately sudden rains came there and almost 60% of the crop was lost. Then how these farmers would believe that, okay, though we had done this, but we have lost. Where is that? But in order to sustain those things, I think we need to continue these practices, building the confidence among the farmers that this is one thing, maybe it is a one-off hazard which has happened. But within that also, what we tried to build reduce the risk was, we had financed, given entrepreneurial this one, wherein groundnut shelling was done. And about, say, 1,000 quintals were groundnuts were shelled, which was saved out of the rain. I think these type of interventions and the smaller interventions at the local level would definitely help in addressing and promoting the resilient technologies. I will stop at that.
Sure. Building evidence is clearly crucial, and like you mentioned, there are various examples of those efforts which are being taken, but maybe more needs to be done. Sandhya, I'll have one question for you before I move to the audience, because I'm sure there's a very active audience here. They have a lot of questions in their mind. So we've been hearing about, and we started this conversation with the MFI's own desire to receive concessional funding from providers of capital like you and many others, etc. But for that, you in turn would yourself need to access multiple pools of capital, if possible concessional capital, etc., etc. What's your view on availability of these capital for wholesale providers like you yourself? What else would you like to see, or what else are you already seeing? Are there avenues which entities like you can access to a greater extent?
So regarding concessional capital, we are already availing concessional capital for funding impact segment, climate-related projects from NABARD, and we are able to utilize these funds to a great extent in last 2 to 2.5 years. But yes, regarding the inertia and evidence that we talked about, those capital is there, but deployment sometimes is a challenge. Now, if we talk about the current microfinance segment, it is at a point where the entire segment is going through an entire cycle in itself, and the numbers are not picking up. So, despite having the availability of funds with us, means we are all aware of the recent embargo that has been put on to MFIs, and that too means very big MFIs. So there is a over-indebtedness in the MFI segment, higher costing that has been pointed out. So means MFI after every 4 to 5 years goes through an entire cycle and is very much vulnerable to any macro or microeconomic shocks. So definitely to pick up, we need to think of other ways, means how we can protect the entire segment, and also from a financial point of view, means keep our credit or funding safe. So, and means concessional finance, yes, there are many players available in the market nowadays. Also, foreign funds are available for these type of initiatives. But ultimate forwards, like for example, if we talk about every NBFC or financer will have their own credit checks or eligibility requirement for funding the MFIs, and again the MFIs for the ultimate borrowers. So sometimes these type of things put a check on the ultimate funding. So these are a few of the challenges which definitely will means are getting resolved, but yes, it will take some time.
Right. No, that's a crucial point in the sense that we are at a stage currently where microfinance companies are facing credit challenges of their own. Probably not the best of times when any organization will look for creating new products when the existing portfolio needs to be protected first. I'm going to pause here for questions from the audience so that we don't later run into a situation where we run out of time. Can we take one question? We have one hand raised there.
Hello. I'm Vikas Agarwal, co-founder of Credit Fair. We are climate finance NBFC. I mean, not MFI, NBFC loan company, because I am hearing on MFI only. So we are working more of. So our use case is rooftop solar as of now, where we are financing to residential end customer and financed over 7,000 plus installation in PM Surya Ghar Yojana as of now, and have 200 crore plus disbursement we have done in that. Now we are starting with PM Kusum Yojana agri solar financing also. So my, how, wanted to understand from Agri 3 that how we can avail the finance in terms of equity or debt, or how the guarantee also can be availed for such business.
Yeah, so I think the way to avail Agri 3 guarantee or any such guarantee is to work with local financial institutions, which could be any bank or, probably NBFCs, and, so Agri 3 provides guarantee through, only the banking financial institutions. So, you will have to partner with some bank or...
So we are NBFC, yeah.
Yeah, but you will get access to banking funding. You will need access to banking funding for lending to your end borrowers, So if probably we can discuss offline, if you have any bankers who are, already lending to you and how...
We have SBI who has funded us.
Yeah. So, yeah, we can discuss.
Sure.
Time for one more question, maybe. Yeah, Ganesh.
So this is an open question to anybody if they can answer, or sorry. Basically, just wanted to understand why is this whole momentum going in a very slow manner? The need is there, the demand is there, but even then we see a very slow movement in this case. Any insights of why it is still going in a very slow pace?
Maybe everybody is hesitating. If
Customization.
I'm not a part of the panel, but maybe I'll just put in 1 cent. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead. You were saying something.
So I means for these type of things to scale up, more customization from funding perspective is required, which is not there currently. This is the main challenge that I think for not picking up momentum.
So
Yes,
I think it's very systemic. The fact that our deposits are safe in banks is the result, is that we are facing this. So the banking system, especially deposit-taking banks, have enormous amounts of audits in place to make sure that our deposits are safe, and the government doesn't have to bail out banks. Banks don't fail, and in certain crises, we have seen the government come in. And if you go through RBI's website, on a monthly average, there will be at least 20 notifications. And you'll see directly or indirectly 80% of them are to safeguard our deposits. Now, when that translates into a system, it means there are enormous roadblocks built in by the regulator to make sure that this financial system doesn't collapse. Which means the evidence that we have to produce to get them in needs to be very solid, documented, repetitive, and most bankers here will say that they have been trained to be skeptics. So that's a system. Now, if that becomes loose and our deposits go for a toss, there'll be mayhem on the streets. So, well.
Yeah, so and just to one more thing, like, for example, even in the Kisan Lakpati program, who are the best people to reach out to them? Must be the MFIs only, right? So, and that's where we are trying to say that, okay, we are going to open a line of credit for MFIs to do it, but that's not their normal course of business. Something as a DNA, if they have to deviate from the normal, it takes effort to be able to do it, to be able to build the credit process, etc. The conviction is coming with whatever evidence you're trying to build, but the conviction everybody needs to develop internally, to say not just by an external third party evidence as well. So I think the engagement of this sort will help many of them develop the conviction also, is something which can be put across.
Yeah, just to add, since Sandeep has said something, he's added something to it. I'm getting tempted to also further add to it, which is that any kind of retail or a granular lending has to be done in a very, very systematic fashion, which is what has been happening. So the kind of loans which we today see as absolutely standardized, be it the car loans or be it the home loans or truck loans, etc., have gotten that entire factory style of underwriting as well as collections after 20-30 years. Some of them started in early 90s, and today we see a car loan as a very, very standard product. All those new technology equipment lending kind of stuff that we are discussing today, some of them will become very standardized over a certain bit of time. Some of them will just fall off by the wayside, but it'll sort of gradually happen. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Sai sir, and the Mr. Moderator, and Mr. Raj also. And virtually joining Mr. Bhatt and Sandhya also for joining for this session. So now we have our lunch breaks. We are running late, as you know, but we know that you're also hungry. So considering that, I just request all of you, please join us by 2 o'clock so that we can just start our next session. So for that, we just having a break as of now, the lunch break. Enjoy your food. And later on by 2 o'clock, please assemble here to move on further. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed the food. So I just requesting all of you, please be seated so that we can start our session. So our next session is about how have philanthropies, multilateral agencies and the bilateral agencies enable this journey, and what else can they do. So for this session, I would like to invite Ms. Richa Goyal, IKEA Foundation. She joined us virtually. Mr. Hari Raj Gopal from Rebu Foundation. MG Vedan from Data Trust. Alok Pandey from GIZ India. And the session will be moderated by Srinivas Ramanuj, CEO Wilgrow. So I request all our esteemed panelists, please join us on the stage so that we can begin our session. Mr. Hari Raj Gopal, MG Vaidyanathan, Mr. Alok Pandey, Mr. Srinivas Ramanujan. And Ms. Ashwarya Agase, Atal Foundation. So, sir, you have time till 2:40. So, I just request you, please, just move the forward.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes. Could we also get her up on the big screen? There she is. Okay. I hope all of you are fed well, and I know you won't fall asleep because it's quite an interesting panel, and we've spent a lot of time preparing. So I'm Srinivas. I'm the CEO of an organization called Wilgrow. And with me, I have an interesting bunch of people who've done some amazing work. And we're going to get into speaking about their experiences and seeing how philanthropies, multilaterals, and DFIs could be doing more to scale up the kind of work, the work that we've been hearing in the first half of the day. So what I'm going to do is I have a couple of questions. I'm going to go around once. then open it up for one or two questions from the audience, your own experiences, before you go to the second one. Yeah. As I call upon my panelists, I want each of you to just introduce yourself briefly, and then talk about, answer the question I'm going to ask you. Richa, you're up first. You've been associated.
Thanks, Srinivas.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. Please continue.
Let me ask my question before you introduce yourself. The IKEA Foundation has been an ardent supporter of the Lakpati Kisan program, right? What has been your experience in this program, and what would you like to share? I mean, Ganesh spoke about it earlier today, but what would you like to share as you participated as IKEA Foundation?
Thanks, Srinivas. Hi everyone, I'm Richa Goyal. Thanks for letting me join remotely. Really privileged to be around. And I'm a program manager at the Renewable Energy Portfolio at IKEA Foundation. And our portfolio focuses on enabling access to energy for productive use in low energy settings in countries like India. In India, we have a fairly decent size of portfolio. We have many impactful partnerships. Sustain Plus platform is one of them. I did not attend the morning session where Ganesh and Ayan must have explained to you about the Lakpati Kisan program, and probably maybe also spoken briefly about Sustain Plus program. But we support the Sustain Plus program. Just a small edit, Srinivas, sorry, I didn't explain to you properly before when we were talking about the session briefing. We don't support the Lakpati Kisan program, but the Sustain Plus platform. And just to clarify within the audience, maybe Ganesh already did in the previous session, but the Sustain Plus platform, when it was born, it was incubated within CINI, which I believe is where the Lakpati Kisan program is anchored. And why this program has turned out to be so impactful, to answer Srinivas's question, I think is really centered around four key areas. One, because we incubated the Sustain Plus platform initially within the CINI program. Now it has become an independent entity of its own. But in its initial years, because CINI had staffing comprised of seasoned agricultural experts, and then the Sustain Plus program was meant to embed renewable energy activities within the existing agricultural activities of CINI, or the Lakpati Kisan program. And that allowed us to uniquely take advantage of this interdisciplinarity between agriculture and renewable energy. And you would have noticed that even in organizations that have agriculture teams or renewable energy teams, even within the same organization, they often end up working in silos. But because here in the same team or in the same program we had agriculture and renewable energy experts, that gave us advantage of this unique interdisciplinarity, which led to really a much better program designing. The second aspect was this just really sound program designs, right? Because the goal of Lakpati Kisan was that how can we make the Kisan Lakpati, and then working backward from there, rather than chase these implementation heavy targets that let's make 1,000 solar water pumps happen, or let's make 100 cold rooms happen. And so it was really about how do we solve for inputs, how do we solve for crop and soil health, how do we solve for water access, post-harvest, market linkages, financing. So like the whole 360-degree view. So that was a little bit unique. It was about paying attention to this market creation rather than achieving quick implementation-based targets. And earlier, I think in the earlier panel before the lunch, I attended that one, and there the moderator made a point about on the one hand you have these heavy numbers on the kind of financing that is needed to be deployed to get to these SDG targets. And on the other hand, when you ask banks, then you come to the view that there isn't enough robust enough pipeline to even disperse all that funding. And I think that comes to that point of that less programmatic effort I see is focused on this market creation, bottom-up ecosystem building, ethos and more toward a more supply side of, oh, let's make this kind of tier 1 access enable, or let's make that tier 2 access enablement. So these kind of programmatic effort also happens on a longer timeline, and a lot of funding is not geared toward those kind of longer timelines, which is, I think, that chicken and egg problem that arises. The third thing is that because CINI was an associate organization under Tata Trust, it enabled us to exploit the deep tentacles of Tata Trust. They have these, last mile networks of CSOs and NGOs, and you'll often see that in philanthropic models, especially for international philanthropies, you have mostly these two kind of models, right? Either you do a lot of different grants, but then they are small tickets, and so you do less due diligence, less administrative work. Or if you're doing slightly higher ticket sizes, the slightly bigger grants, then the due diligence is slightly higher, and then the administrative payload might be bigger. But then that also means that you are doing fewer grants, because often the teams are quite lean in philanthropies. But then an output of that is also then you do a lot of re-granting mechanisms rather than having direct relationships with a lot of local organizations. And working with Tata Trust helped us get access to that local organizations via just one program. Last thing I'll say is that just this long-term design that we did with Tata Trust, we're already ending our phase 1 with them. With the Sustain Plus program this year, and we are kicking off the second phase of the program. So this is already a 10-year relationship. Within phase 1, Sustain Plus program was able to already reach some 300,000 plus odd households, and the goal of phase 2 is reaching 2.5x that time, that goal, but with lesser amount of grant, right? So there is this element of seeking an organic scale, if we can achieve that or not. So yeah, I'll just stop there, but those are some of the strong points about the program.
No, fantastic. I think the second half today, it's already started off with a different flavor. Right? I'm picking up these 4 points that you mentioned, the opportunity to mix expertise of agriculture and climate in one shot, and then look at by design a long-term program, right? And the third was the fact that we were looking at market creation. Right? We heard some conversations earlier about finance looking at pipeline, but here what Richa was talking about is intentionally there was market creation was one of the goals. And the last piece, I think it's underrated, is the fact that when there are existing systems and there's credibility to the organizations you're working with, it's far easier, I'm sensing, right, to get success going. But on that note, Hari, I want to go to you. So I think the Sustain Plus platform, plus these 4 levers that Richa was talking about, have got it going. You've been in multiple avatars in different organizations in the finance world. How can you see this kind of a program now get entrenched? And how do you see this change stick?
Sure. Thanks, Srini. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I think I'm representing two organizations here. One is Rabo Foundation, the philanthropic arm of Rabobank, working to help improve access to finance in the smallholder agri ecosystem. I'm also representing the blended finance company, a specialized intermediary focused on pooling in more capital, blended capital, into the impact space. Now, to answer the question, if you look at the background of Lakpati Kisan, the Sustain Plus program, which has been layered onto that, even if you look at what work Syngenta Foundation and EEGF have done, and various other rural last mile outreach programs, one is the quality of talent being put into such programs has improved. So from being more of a government livelihood mission kind of thing, you see the quality of human resources invested in, and therefore the quality of talent coming out in terms of these programs focused on creating last mile entrepreneurs who will be the fulfillment person, so to speak. That if in a village you want to get a renewable energy pump set installed, or you are trying to get input support, or you're trying to get a drone to spray crop protection chemicals. You're seeing a better quality of people. Now, what it also means that if you have more people, you also have more funding requirement to create more entrepreneurs or to sustain the business of these entrepreneurs, because a village level entrepreneur or an agri entrepreneur, whatever the label you give, as a sathi, a bandhu, a mitra, depending on the system, you have a different label. They all are essentially self-employed entrepreneurs who are running a business on a business case which they think is viable within the microclimate. It's important that they are from the microclimate. They know the topography, they know which areas to avoid, they know which areas to tap into, but they need money. So what we are seeing is a large demand for growth capital and working capital for entrepreneurs, which means it's typically about 1 lakh to 5 lakh. It is all in this. Sometimes there is security available, sometimes there's no security available. And because these are largely into agri businesses, the margins are not incredibly high, because they are one player in a long chain, however broken it may be, and therefore the ability of financial institutions to first channel capital into these asset classes in sufficient ticket sizes, in certain volume, but also at, I will say, a reasonable interest rate that leaves some money on the table for the entrepreneur. And then again, we can debate what is reasonable, but at least it shouldn't kill the golden goose. So I think that's something of a clear requirement one sees as a fallout of, in fact, the growth of these last mile programs, which have dramatically improved.
Great. Actually, two interesting things came out, right? One is all this work that has been happening has at one level changed the quality levels of human capital, right? It's not just another implementation project, but you're leaving behind a cadre which is at a different level of, I won't say intellect, but expectations, quality, and such. The second piece, and I find it very interesting, I want to come back, is you are asking the lenders and you're asking anyone who's participating to leave money on the table so that the value chain can survive and continue. And on that point, I think the Tata Trust and Dr. Vaidyan, it's an important agenda at the Tata Trust to drive financial inclusion. So how does that come about, and how does the Tata Trust make sure there's some money left on the table?
Financial inclusion. Financial inclusion initiatives in Tata Trust got started out of a need felt by the Tata Trust top management at that time for weaning the poor away from perennial dependence on rural money lenders and also perennial dependence on grant money. So the idea was that the poor at one time or the other should feel that these are not free money, the money has to be given back. So for that purpose, the trust was prepared to, even arrange guarantee or keep deposits or anything like that. So when I came to Tata Trust, earlier I was with the State Bank of India for a quite long period of time, and have worked right from village to the corporate center and also in various parts of the world. When I came here, I thought that it would be easy for me to facilitate loans from banks. So when I went to the bank, my own bank and various other banks, they said, sir, we have seen Tata Trust work in places which are very, very remote. Not even MFIs go there. So how will we go there and give loans? Very genuine, no? How do we are... So I couldn't make a change there. And then another argument which was given was that, all these are potential NPS. And
we are already giving so much loan in so many other things, the NPA levels are very high. So we don't want to add to our NPAs. In the Tata Trust, the people said, sir, you are going to the bank for taking a loan? Bank? Do you think they will give you loans? Both thakka kana padega. Both mushkil hoga. So then I had to, find out. So I had various discussions at various levels and all. And then I found that there is some activity in which there is regular cash flow coming. That was coming in the case of the 5 milk producer companies which were set up with the support of Tata Trust. All 100% women shareholders. Board of directors are women. Technical support is given by NDS, which is a subsidiary of National NTDB. And lot of devoted staff to work for that, talents. So then I went again to my friends in SBI and said that, okay, here is something which you see, monies are coming very frequently it comes, and at frequent intervals it comes, go straight into the account. And if you give a cash credit loan, the operations are already happening. How will it become regular or NPA? So then let me tell you that the Chief General Manager Agri-Business of State Bank of India, along with her team, made a presentation before the top functionaries of Tata Trust, saying what all different types of loans can be given to the beneficiaries of Tata Trust. So that is now a very, very sustainable business which we have enabled. And when one bank came, many other banks came, because they all found that the possibility of this account becoming NPA is very limited. So this is one point which I wanted to say. Second point is about our Laghupati Kisan. Laghupati Kisan is a very, very different cup of tea. We worked in different districts and states and all. There are no cash flows coming and all, more and money goes inside. There, the requirement is a little different. We found that the people have to understand a little bit of financial literacy. Lack of financial literacy makes people borrow money from rural money lenders at too serious rate of interest. Probably they are seeing that it is only 5 rupees per month or something per 100 rupees or something like that. I earn more money out of that. But for the system as a whole, it's a huge amount. So the strategy which we are thinking of is to go village by village, block by block, together with the other stakeholders like other banks and insurance companies. Why insurance companies? Insurance companies will be able to give the necessary protection. And for example, if an earning member of a family dies, if there is no life insurance, so we tie up, we collaborate with the insurance companies. So insurance companies and banks, we go to the farmer and we teach them. And as far as possible, the financial services providers themselves will take the financial literacy classes. It is not a periodic affair that we will do a training and then everything will. I think it is more or less done for a statistical purpose. Or maybe there are good coming out of that, but then we wanted the financial literacy to be given. Yeah, financial literacy about a loan is to be given when a loan is about to be given. Otherwise, I'll stop here.
No, I think it's super interesting. Actually, what I took away is the fact that, number one, this kind of work needs friends in high places. Right? And until SBI saw Tata Trust and you go back and say, look, I see cash flows. It needed a friend in a high place to certify that this cash is genuine. Yeah, and I think that's super important. It's not just enough that there's a whole bunch of grassroots organizations or implementation organizations. It still needs someone with existing credibility to certify it. I think you did that, right? But the second piece that you brought about, and that's very interesting, is the fact that financial literacy was not delivered by someone else. It became part of the system. So if you're lending a loan, giving out a loan, include education. Yeah. The third point which you talked about, which I saw a little counterintuitive, is the fact that the informal money lenders and 5 rupees on 100. I've seen some different cases, but we can talk out on that on coffee outside. But yeah, just building on the stuff that Richa started off, and Hari was talking about talent, Richa was talking about the system and a long view, plus what you're talking about, building it into the system and having friends in high places. And I wanted to move actually to Aishwarya, to you. Edelgive has been working on a whole bunch of solutions, right, in climate adaptation and seeing how the systems can get strengthened. Is there anything that unique, or you see how you've been your approach to programs, and how much does it resonate with what you're hearing here today?
Hi, I'll just quickly introduce. I'm Aishwarya. I work with the Edelgive Foundation. We are a grant-making organization plus a philanthropic asset manager. I totally agree with many points, and I can resonate very well with the points made here. So in our we have a focus on 3 different portfolios at Edelgive, which is education, women, and climate, along with livelihoods. So in the CRCA portfolio, like we call it, the Community Resilience and Climate Action portfolio, we actually see a lot of similar kind of projects coming up, like the Lakpati Kisan scheme. Although we are not part of this, there are similar NGOs in the similar belts, like the tribal belts, who work on a similar fashion to the Lakpati program, where they work on half-acre models, and they since the land holdings are very small, they work on the half-acre models, do crop diversification, and also rely back on traditional crops which are more climate resilient, like the millets. So those kind of similarities can be drawn with the Lakpati scheme, first of all. And also, secondly, I would really agree upon the point that keeping back for the entrepreneurs, in our case, we actually rely on the organization development aspect of the NGO as well. So, like we have been supporting a program called Grow Fund, which is like an unrestricted fund which actually contributes to the organization development and capacity building within the organization. So it's not a programmatic funding per se. So that actually contributes to what I think Hari was also mentioning, that you leave a little bit of money for the organization to sustain itself in a longer period of time. And also what point Richa was making about long-term commitment to NGOs, that actually has been a forte with what we used to work. Like we have almost 9 to 10 years of grant cycles going on, although we do have renewal phases with every 2 to 3 years. But that long-term commitment has actually shown us results on ground. And earlier point in the earlier panel which came about was the change in behavior, which is very important. That can only be seen after an investment for a longer period of time. So I completely resonate with the discussion going on here.
Superb. Alok, I want to come to you, your last also. On your point, like Ganesh, I think, mentioned it earlier today, it took at least 3 years for that piece of equipment to break even and for incomes to clearly be tangibly, risen. And I thought there was some amount of foresight that GIZ had when I think you brought in financial, like Sadhan and a whole bunch of lenders early on. You didn't wait for the program, for the markets to develop. What spurred your thinking? What was the intent behind that? And obviously it is bearing results, and we are all here today talking about it, and we have more questions, but what triggered it for you?
Thanks. My name is Alok. I am associated with GIZ. I am part of one of the project called Climate Adaptation, Resilience and Climate Finance in Rural India. This is the second phase of the project. In the first phase, when the CAFRE was going on, and we were discussing with various actors who are playing their important role in the climate finance and climate adaptation, we realized that if you really want to take the whole issue of climate change and climate adaptation at the last mile, up to the end user, you need to bring climate finance angle into it. And finance that is not limited to the financial institutions or philanthropies, but also to the different sets of the actors who are playing their role in the whole ecosystem. So we designed this concept of blended finance into the second phase of the project. And when the mission came from the government of Germany side, we purposefully inbuilt this component. And thanks that they accepted this proposal, and in the CAFRE second phase, we are trying to promote the concept of blended finance into the various aspects of climate adaptation. And as in the morning session, people were discussing, and during the lunch time also, focus is now, till now, was mainly on the mitigation. The whole resources, the partnership is going on to mitigate the things, but how to promote the financial component into the adaptation, into the behavior of the people, because adaptation is go hand in hand with the behavior. So if in your behavior it is not there, adaptation will not be there. Everything would be mitigation. So the first phase is adaptation. After that, everything is mitigation. That is what my learning is. So you have to be very careful. You have to promote adaptation, and you have to promote partnership. One more component, bringing gender component into it. Sir was rightly saying that women are more reliable in comparison to the male folk. So how to build the gender component into the climate adaptation, and a lot of agriculture activities particularly being done by women. So bringing them into the whole discourse and building their capacities, financial literacy of women on various adaptation related activities, that is more important. And that's why the whole concept of the climate finance came into the picture, into the CAFRE. This was the basis.
Superb. For me, in my mind, teeing up a question for Richa, Richa, it's going to be a little more difficult than the usual one that I thought I'll ask you. When we spoke yesterday, you were telling me about how this is probably the most perfect program that you've designed and you've seen execute. What I want to know, and your ideas on, how do you think we can scale this up? But let's make it a little more ambitious and say, while you scale it up, how do you make sure that more than 50% of the assets or the beneficiary or users are women?
So first of all, I'm glad that you said in public that I said yesterday this is a near perfect program, because I often tell this to Ganesh and Ayan in person, but now a third party is kind of corroborating it, so that's nice. In terms of scale, I think, like I said, the deep tentacles of Tata Trust enabled access to the local populations that these NGOs are working with. So this is programmatic activity that has been going on for some number of years, and then you are layering on a renewable energy intervention on top of it. So that already enables a scale at a quicker timeline, because the customer recruitment strategy, which is often very expensive in these programs, is enabled at a lower cost, because you already have access to these local populations, and in the last mile that you typically would you need many months or many years to organize. That's one. That also enables you to get close to a kind of if not a district blanketing, a block blanketing kind of a scale. And when you start to hit those numbers, then you can get a little bit more ambitious and then start seeding this into existing government programs or market-led approaches, because government also gets convinced if you show them a certain kind of replicable scale. If you show a few pilots, it's slightly harder to embed into certain existing programs. So Ganesh and Ayan must have talked about the biogas focus. The focus of the second phase is mainly on dairy producers, milk producers, and smallholder farmers. So there is the production hubs approach, and there is the biogas model where the big partner is NDDB, National Dairy Development Board in India. And that partnership has been really critical, right? In phase two, the idea is to really use NDDB's platform and access to all these dairy cooperatives to get to that level of scale. So these partnerships, both with government agencies, whether it's the SRLMs or NDDB, but then and parallelly taking advantage of the pipeline of enterprises that a program like Powering Livelihoods, for instance, in Wilgrow is helping us achieve. And again, then all of these partnerships kind of coming together systematically. I also see Hari sitting on the panel. We have 2 partnerships with Rabo Foundation where which enables certain kind of guarantee mechanisms, trying to see if Sustain Plus can tap into that. So I know there are some challenges there. It's not always, even though in theory, all these partnerships come together in a very complementary way. But in practice, if there are obviously, some challenges. But yeah, the idea is having an ecosystem and a package of partnerships that come together in a complementary way. And in case of Sustain Plus, yeah, taking advantage of that scale and those kind of partnerships, both at the government level, but at the last mile local CSOs, NGOs level. I don't know if I answered your question, probably in a roundabout way.
You did, but you also teed up a problem to solve next. But let me first tell you what I took away. First, I think it's very underrated, the fact that existing work, and you're talking about building on existing work and past relationships, and because of that, it's easier to recruit more customers, as you put it. Well, I think that's very underrated, right? Each one wants to start something new or fresh, but the fact that you can build on the past is very powerful. Probably that's the secret to scaling up. But which comes to the question that you inadvertently also posed. The second piece you talked about is, for me, very interesting, that you're now looking at another part of the value chain, right? You've gone in, the Sustain Plus and Lakpati program is spent a lot of time in agriculture. Now you're also intentionally focusing on animal husbandry, yeah, and building the same kind of evidence and scale. The question that you popped up is package of partnerships. So how do we set aside the need for our brand names and egos and move beyond the theoretical on the textbook and say, look, practically, let's just get to work. You just mentioned 4 different programs that IKEA Foundation is funding. How do we get to a place where all these partnerships say, look, each of us have done stuff, let's just coalesce and do something much larger? And build on past experience. I think we are also out of time, so I'm going to stop there. But if we do have, I have more questions. Sorry, I have 2 more questions, then I'll stop. In fact, Dr. Vaidyan, I have for you, what has been your learning? You went and did a whole bunch of these things. Where do you see this going now?
I think it is going very well. We have understood that wherever household is involved, any program, whether it is health or nutrition or livelihood, financial inclusion has a role to play. Because if there is no financial literacy and there is no provision of financial services, especially insurance, life as well as asset insurance, what happens is that if a shock happens to the family, then again she will go back to the money lender, and then the trap will continue. It will go from generation to generation. So very systematically, through collaboration among the lenders, among the guarantors, and among the other institutions that are working with here for the development of the poor and also for facing climate shocks, we should go forward. I think it is going very well. The fact of the matter is that an ordinary person can take a loan at 8% or 9% or 10%. I'm talking about a cash credit which can be taken at 4% net by lakhs of farmers in this country. And why a remote poor should pay a huge rate of interest? It's a huge cost.
I know.
It's a huge cost of capital. It is not sustainable. It is seen as a very small amount in terms of rupees, but as a system as a whole, it's a huge cost. So the actors in this area should come together and try to bring the benefits to the last beneficiary of the spectrum. Now, I am seeing a situation where a UPI type of point is going to come in the micro lending.
So I'm going to jump in there because the gentleman there is putting this massive board saying I'm out of time. But to summarize, I think anyone here who wants to innovate and create impact at scale, you're probably going to look at an insurance product. And if Sandeep, you will not drag me off the stage, I have one question to your colleague. Okay. Look, there are 112,000 beneficiaries, right, in the Lakpati Kisan. 1,520 loans so far. Why is it still so low?
I'm again going to Sandeep, because in the morning Sandeep very clearly said that it's a systemic problem. And that's why bringing different partners in this kind of forum is very important. Because if you really want to promote all kind of partnership and make it a long-term thing, bringing different actors with different mindset on a common platform, that is very important. And this will again start some kind of changes at the institutional level also. And maybe, I'm just giving example, 30 seconds I'm taking. So building the concept of climate change into the documents of the banking institution and financial institution, so that they can fix their rate of interest or lending portfolio basis on the climate risks in different zones, on different crops, in different seasons. That is very important. So this kind of activity will happen only if different partners are sitting together, discussing on that, and then taking into the documents. That's all. Thank you.
Superb. I think, look, I've learned a lot, right? Package of practices, insurance, how do we build in climate risk into lending practices, and the fact that you can have a champion at a very high place to take this forward. Yeah, thanks, I learned a lot, but I know from Sandeep staring daggers at me, so I have no time to ask you questions. So you have them, please ask any of them during tea or on the boat.
Thank you everyone. And I also thank the moderator for joining the session wonderfully, and to our panelists also. So just moving forward, our next session is about unlocking capital for climate agri-tech, the opportunities and issues in the blended finance. For that, I would like to request Mr. Ashutosh S. from PARFI, Ruchit Garg from Harvesting Company, Mr. Vivek Sen from CPI, Mr. Rahul Rishi from Nishith Desai Associates. So I request Mr. Rahul to moderate the session. So over to you, Rishi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Rishi. I work with Nishith Desai Associates, and I lead the blended finance practice at the firm. I'll quickly introduce our panelists here. I'll start with Shahar Sharma. Shahar Sharma is an integral member of our blended finance team, and she's been with us for the past couple of years now. She works closely on different blended finance matters and on climate funding. We have Ruchit Garg. He has been a star at Microsoft. He was the man behind Xbox, and he's done a lot of more geeky stuff on the tech side. But of late, he has been focusing more on agri-tech and on improving farmers' lives in India. And he's currently owning a startup called HFN, where they do a lot of innovative work around improving farmers' life, improving access to credit, and so on and so forth. And of course, we'll also get to know more about Ruchit's work from him as well while we continue with our discussion. Next, we have Mr. Nishith Desai. Nishith Bhai is the founder of Nishith Desai Associates. He needs no introduction, of course. Mr. Vivek Sen. He is India Director, Climate Policy Initiatives, and he has vast experience in renewable energy, energy transition, climate finance, and green finance. He's an engineer and an MBA in power management. And we have Mr. Ashutosh, a dear friend of our firm as well. He is a senior member of Pan IIT, and we have been interacting with Pan IIT for close to 2 years now, and they have been doing splendid work in Jharkhand around rural livelihood, women entrepreneurship, and overall to improve the overall economy and bring in more funding into sectors that currently do not see a lot of public support. So with this, I will start with the topic that we need to discuss here. So our panel will essentially look into aspects of how do we unlock capital for climate agri-tech. What are the opportunities and issues in blended finance? And I will first begin my question with Ashutosh, and then I'll move on to other panelists as well. So Ashu, given Pan IIT's significant work in Jharkhand on issues concerning livelihood, rural entrepreneurship, and such other equally important issues, how do you see this entire conversation of blended finance going forward? And how do we unlock it to make or create more impact on the ground? What are issues that you see, challenges, and any specific practical example that you can give us which could further educate us on what sort of innovative work Pan IIT has been doing in this space? And you will have 2 minutes, Ashu, because we are running a little short on time. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, friends. My name is Ashutosh. I represent Pan IIT Alumni Foundation. Just to come to the topic very quickly, so much of a talk subject of blended finance as we see to it. How I personally perceive it and would like to put it across my perspective is not only blended finance, but we need to have blended solutions and blended stakeholders at the same time. What does that mean on ground? See, just not attracting a blended capital in order to leverage the existing capital, or maybe a capital stack approach as we all know to it, or the finances from various sources, whether it is the government, DFIs, or the philanthropic organizations and so on. But at the same time, the deployment of the capital also really need a refreshed outlook. So when I say a refreshed outlook, that is wherein comes is how we need to see the social sector from an innovation perspective. So I'm sorry, but what I have really regained since morning largely is about debt as an instrument, and largely the capital which is in the form of debt instruments through MFIs or NBFCs, which is going to the large mile beneficiaries, and largely the pooling which is happening is just focusing on the the midterm value chain of these organizations, which are generally making up a markup money, and that's it. Yes, they have certain terms and conditions laid out, but they do not have an actual control whether the social impact or a climate impact or the SDG goals, as we mentioned, is being achieved with the last mile beneficiary. So here comes is probably a refreshed outlook that we are planning to attempt in various low HDI states, and with certain new models that we have really carved out in blended finance approach, both from a pooling perspective at the upstream value chain to last mile deployment with the farmers and the workers and the women entrepreneurs in the form of micro entrepreneurs at the downstream value chain. So here I would like to quickly take an example of maybe from an agri-tech perspective. So I represent the organization, but being a farmer myself, I can seriously see and connect myself to this specific issue as well. So when we say, agri-tech and blended finance, so these are two different, I would say, end of the thread. So how to really meet these two with that end beneficiary who is a marginalized farmer, say the state of Jharkhand, and Khunti is the place that has been mentioned. Now, debt largely is the only way out, whether it is an organized debt or, from the local debt, which he or she, arranges it from the local Mahajan or the Sood, on Sood or Byaj, what we call it as. But how blended finance can really transform this is when we see that how this blended finance get deployed. So not only debt should be the lookout, but how we can really look towards different instruments. Like, for example, subsidy is what government generally promotes to, or maybe the grants that a part of this support system has been coming from philanthropic organization. But what we are now advocating as a new model is micro equity. That how this complete grant which is coming up, or this philanthropic money, or the government or the private investors' money which is coming up, can again be put in the form of a micro equity with these farmers or farmer groups, FPOs as we call them, and translate a kind of a governing structure that can then utilize this particular corpus for perpetuity in the form of a revolving corpus. Now, this is not just a thought. We have done a lot of groundwork around this, thanks to NDA, who is working with us on this legal structuring of this complete mechanism. The viability of pooling of the fund is what we are also attempting, a new model of creation of a social impact fund, which is a category 1 AIF, both in mainland and in GIFT City, in order to attract, the relevant blended finance or this from different sources across, the global organizations and the Indian organization, both philanthropy, corporate, private, and others. So how I wish to summarize it, that we have to really look into this complete value chain end to end, and the innovation is demanded on all aspects of it in whatsoever one or the other form. And how Pan IIT is attempting it is not just one feather touch approach or a feather light approach of one part of the value chain, but what we are taking this complete concept of social change in the agri processing or the agri space is on a design, build, own, operate and transfer approach, in which we are first, when we talk about blended finance, how to receive this blended finance, as a pool in one of the instrument is what we are carving out a social impact fund. How to then deploy this? There is a clear incubator with government agencies is what we have created a joint venture. I'm very happy to share out here in this forum is that we are one of the very few organizations in India having a joint venture with Ministry of Rural Development, having common goals, common MOAs and AOAs at the common direction towards, achieving women entrepreneurship, as a part of the mandate. Now, this incubation also then ensures that the market linkages are there, the financial linkages, both debt subsidy and micro equity is, assured to that, a technical support and operational excellence. So we bring in this complete, quadrant together for the last mile beneficiary. And what we are doing with the beneficiary is that we are not allowing him or her to be standalone. We are also pooling in, grouping them in order to unleash the power of collective, as we call it as. So SHGs and clusters we have seen, but unfortunately SHGs and clusters were not able to really take equities and all. So how to really form structures that can then receive equity and then can get benefited out of, the larger cause that we all are sitting out in this room are actually attempting to. So Rahul, just to summarize your question, when I see that blended finance is the answer, alone, government representation or individual philanthropic organizations or multilateral agencies representation may not solve the problem. Secondly, we also have to really come out of this outlook of just MFIs or NBFCs playing a role with a specific charter of, trying to attempt certain specific goals that we have outlined as a part of our, financial grant or financial donation to specific goal. We have to come out of this mindset. So what does it, ultimately what it comes out with, that singular line. So what we are trying to create in India is a public, not-for-profit partnership paradigm. What we seriously need to relook at is from the profit lens is not going to work. So social development or social sector or social impact, whether it is climate or environment or social or governance, cannot work with a profit lens. So all the questions that my esteemed panelists or people in this room have asked, that why, if so much of capital is available, why the disbursal is not there, what are the challenges and so on, because it's always a profit lens. What sir has explained about SBI, I had my own experience of working with the Financial Inclusion Division, DMD, wherein the same challenges comes up because they all have this lens of for profit. So when we are looking forward for social impact for that last mile farmer or a women entrepreneur, we seriously really need to subvert this paradigm and start looking at it from a not-for-profit angle. And that is wherein this complete deployment, whether it is in the form of grant or contribution or, capital, or blended finance, may start looking at it more relevant to us and more easy. Yes, the challenges and barriers are pretty much known to each one of us, that largely it is the word risk which comes into play when it comes about finance. So to hedge the risk, it's not always a financial risk hedging only. We are not thinking about generating social equity in lieu of the financial equity that we are pulling in or the financial support that we are pulling in. So we have to start working on certain models that we are also developing as a part of our research with Warwick and Oxford, that what could be the possible valuation models, what could be the social equity outcomes that can be monetized as a part of this larger contribution which is coming in the form of blended finance that can be regularized, and the larger multilateral organizations need to really offset their larger, wider risk or the grant that they are donating from this particular kind of equity which has been generated. So limiting this to this, Rahul, this is a little perspective that I would like to really bounce it to the wider audience out here to absorb. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashu. I will now move on to Vivek. So Vivek, CPI focuses a lot on innovative financial structures. We just wanted to understand how blended finance models can be designed to attract institutional investors in climate agri-tech space, and what kind of return or impact metrics you see should be prioritized in the longer run.
Sure. I'll answer that, but before that, how much as I would want to have agreed with you with having a not-for-profit lens, especially by the bankers. Unfortunately, bankers are not designed to do that. They will have to create money out of the money they lend, and that's their business. Coming to your question, I'll just give straight away an example. We can probably start thinking about pooled bonds. An institution, and I'll take names here, institution like Nab Samruddhi can come up with a pooled bond wherein whatever are its beneficiary MFIs, their loan books can be consolidated and aggregated on one balance sheet, and that balance sheet can then be securitized and bonds can be raised on that, which will provide a greater risk mitigation, more, I should say, socialization of or enhanced credit guarantee and better socialization of credit guarantee as such. Because essentially you have created a huge pot of money basis the various loan books that you have aggregated, and with that you are able to leverage a lot of private capital which typically wouldn't have come into that space unless there were serious guarantees backing that up. So I've given an example, and in terms of measurement and I should say, probably measurement only. I think very quickly, if you have a pooled bond structure, it will allow for creation of matrix that can be followed and can be actually measured and evaluated on a timely basis. It will be a very complex task, but saying that there will be certain matrix that all 5 or 6 or 8 balance sheets would follow, and then those can be converted into a KPI kind of a thing, which probably one of the entities or Nab Samruddhi itself can monitor. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Vivek. I'll move on to Shahar now, and then we'll have last 2 questions today. Shahar, and keep this a little short, please. How do you see CSR being tapped to further unlock the climate financing or climate, support space within the entire CSR ecosystem? How do you see things whether things would improve from here on, or do you think there's still a lot of high regulatory barrier in terms of unlocking CSR to further provide liquidity into this sector?
So before taking this question, so corporates these days, they have a very traditional and conservative mindset. While most corporates believe that the only type of funding that the funds that they can deploy via CSR is just the traditional method. However, the MCA has clarified that the activities that are mentioned in Schedule 7, they are not just limited to the strictest sense, they are broad-based, and it provides the flexibility to deploy the CSR funds in some innovative models which can be implemented, provided it is within the bracket that is mentioned in Schedule 7, so that the spirit or that the letter and spirit of the law is intact. Now, having said that, CSR these days, corporates these days have started deploying their funds to blended finance models, but there are certain things that they are still, they're not sure about, where the legal considerations come in. So the main problem that corporates face is navigating through the Indian legal and regulatory, systems. This is where we come in. So deploying CSR funds for corporates is pretty much simple. It is same as you give funds to an NGO. You only have to take care of few considerations. Like, for example, if you are giving fund to, CSR funds to a foundation. So in return, that foundation will give you a utilization certificate, and you'll attach that utilization certificate when you do your annual filings, annual reportings. And a similar thing is done when you deploy funds in a blended finance model. Now, I'll just put an example. Like, for example, there is a returnable grant. So in a returnable grant model, how a CSR can contribute is that a CSR funder can give CSR funds to a foundation or a non-profit agency, and then that non-profit agency, they can have contracts with farmers. Now, this is just an example. With farmers, they can be women entrepreneurs or anybody, and this foundation will then give loans to the women entrepreneurs or farmers as per the agreement that is being signed between the CSR and the foundation. And then this model will be replicated to more beneficiaries and women entrepreneurs. How the CSR corporate here is CSR compliant is that they will provide these payments in, they'll have proper milestones and deliverables. The returns from the women entrepreneurs or farmers will not go back to the CSR. They'll go back to the foundation, and the foundation will redeploy these funds to the next farmer or woman entrepreneur as per the project requirement. So I think this is one way where corporates or CSR are nowadays exploring the blended finance space.
No, that's quite an important point you have mentioned, because of course there are few similar models that we have seen being successful using the CSR template, and of course it would be subject to certain customizations. But to begin with, I think the model you suggested is something which is quite replicable. Of course, it has to be contextualized in the manner how we want to be spending monies on the ground and what our eventual impact requirements are. But yes, CSR is something which we should take a more serious look at in terms of bringing in more capital into this entire climate specific solutions that we need to be looking at more closely. Thank you, sir. I'll now move on to Rochit. Rochit, I have a question for you. So harvesting connects farmers with markets using technology. Now, how do you think, how best are we prepared, given our entire agrarian economy right now, to use digital platforms wherein we help more and more farmers adopt to climate change? And what role do you think harvesting can play in improving the resilience?
Right. नमस्कार, मेरा नाम रुचित है और मैं किसानों के साथ काम करता हूँ. At HFN, we are excited about making it easier and efficient to work with rural economy. We help not only seed company, but also tractor companies, solar power company, banks, insurance to work with smallholder farmers. And obviously, as you said, technology plays a huge role. The model is very simple and known, but I think we have been able to crack, it in a way such that we are currently present in 13,000 Indian villages through 9,000 village level entrepreneurs. And we use very low technology, a simple smartphone and a simple mobile app, which allows Sarathi, village level entrepreneurs with their local farmers. And when they add that, we have built very small interaction between farmer, Sarathi and HFN, which allows us to very quickly estimate what is the business opportunity there. So to give a simple example, if you are in a village, let's say Rampur Manihar in Saharanpur, a Sarathi adding 200 farmers, we can quickly estimate what is the land holding there, what kind of crops there, what is the crop calendar there, and we present all that data back to the Sarathi that, hey, the sowing season is up now, and for that you would need 500 bags of seed and 200 bags of this and so forth. Similarly, this allows us to drive the economy, and if I'm selling 500 bags of seed to that village, I also know that there will be, let's say, 5,000 quintal of wheat coming out, and I can sell that to Reliance or Adani and so on and so forth. So just to give an example, last year we sold 40,000 metric ton of food through this process. And not only just the typical seed or the output, we are now helping a multi-billion-dollar tractor tire company deploy their product. We are helping a public company which is into renewable energy, and we are introducing their product to 5 lakh farmers across India, and so on and so forth. So again, what it allows us, as Rahul was asking, the technology plays a huge role, but we need to be very cautious, as I was talking to somebody here, that we should not get fancied into building high-tech AI and stuff. There are simple things you could do and still unlock a lot of rural economy. I know we are out of time, so we'll keep it short. Happy to talk after the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchit. I have last question for Nishith Bhai. Nishith Bhai, as a senior professional and you have worked so long in this space on policies, what specific policy recommendations you think you can give us in terms of trying to make blended finance as an ecosystem more robust? What role do you see social business could have, CSR could have, or any specific policy idea that you think we could take a look at and take this forward?
Thank you so much for including me at the last minute. And if I may just go outside the scope of the panel, and first of all, I want to welcome everybody to Imaginarium. Hopefully, you are all comfortable. Are you all?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, just to tell you how we work, we are not unidimensional law firm with only commercial purpose in the mind. We are three-dimensional. So first thing is we do, of course, complex, innovative deals, transactions, litigation, cross-border, and all the kinds of things. That's one bread and butter. But more exciting for us is to foster the next generation of socially conscious lawyers. So that is specifically provided in that it is not only want to churn out commercial minded, but also they must have some inclination to the socials. And this is very apt that we are all getting together. We'll talk about it. And third purpose is to shape the future of law. And that's where Rahul talked about policy. So the way in which we'll think and we believe is that every new technology, every new business model, every new social, political, economic development brings along with it a new strategic, legal, tax, or ethical issue. So what we do trend assessment and forecasting going forward, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. Try to understand what are the new trends emerging in terms of technology, society, politics, and other kind of stuff. And visualize today the future strategic, legal, or tax ethical issue. So when the time comes, then we are somewhat ready to meet those challenges. And typically what happens, we start almost like many of the things that we do is between 7 years to 15 years horizon we take. We call them horizon technology. There is so much happening in the world that if you are not in the mode of dealing with the future, suddenly tsunami of developments come in and you're not ready to meet those challenges, whether it is technology, whether it is society, whether it is politics or otherwise. Future may be uncertain, but it's not unthinkable. So we do some fuzzy logic in the beginning, and then as time comes back closer to closer, and write a lot of papers. And I hope you got some papers, or feel free to take our 120 papers that we have done in last couple of years. They are all there available, and everything we put in public domain. And even as far as this facility is concerned, you talked about, innovating models. But innovative model, one of the pain points in India is setting one not-for-profit. I don't know how many of you are dealing with that, but it's very troublesome. Every small thing here and there, and you're stuck. So the way in which we looked at this facility, we call it private property for public good. So we don't rent out, we don't have commercial angle to that whole thing, but anyone with a high-level purpose, welcome. So it's pro bono. And the excitement is not in return of investment or return on investment, but return of excitement. Because together, and I am not doing alone, I think all of you are in the game together. So I think when we can sit together, we'll always create something. When you put two right people together, always come out with something. So it's a good faith. And today I can see that so much has been discussed on agriculture, right? And I always wonder that agriculture contributes some 18-20%. You are more experts at that, correct? But 60% of the population may be dependent on that. Therefore, on the other hand, services and some of the technology and software services, other, including construction, would have about 60% odd. But that growth is shared by only 20% of the people. And we see disparity. I think we have to combine the two, find new models. How can we do something so that we can use technology as a greatest or the most important social equalizer? I believe that technology is a most important tool that democratizes things if it is done in the right way. And at the same time, we have to think. So policy measures, when it comes to, it's not one or two, there are hundreds of policy things that we need to do. But at the same time, over-regulated economy can also cause problem, and another economy also can get a problem. So we have to have balance between the two. But if we are sitting together, then we'll focus on purpose, objective, and management objective, as you all say. We can create something that is more balancing. Only thing that in regulation I look at is that how do you deal with bad actors? Rest of it should all be opened up. Do not have unnecessary things. Only how, and again, within bad actors, there is a degree of bad actors, right? So I think those are the kind of things that we need to do. And in the process, I believe, for example, you talked about CSR. On one hand, it is a regulatory requirement. Some people think it's a regulatory constraint, maybe 2%, right? But if we can use CSR in a strategic manner, we'll create a lot more value. Second, 2% is only prescriptive by law, right? What stops us from doing 2.5%? There I have complete freedom to do whatever I want to do, okay? Including investment in companies, in startups, including in new ideas, whatever you want to do. So you are answerable to government only under 2%, but nothing stops you. But if you use that 0.5% more strategically, you will get more reward on the rest of the 2% that you may do it. So there are a lot of models that we can work together. And as far as CSR is concerned, in many ways it is very interesting provision, but we have to really apply our mind as to how can it add value to the society, not add value to your company alone. I think this is my basic premise, and I would be delighted, and we do a lot of work around strategic uses of CSR and stuff like that. Without violating law, you can still create value for the whole community. And our models, I always believe that India is a great laboratory. So you can try out new ideas. Cost of failure is low, but scalability is high. So it's the best place to do it. And the same models can be exported to other countries. Like Africa is going to come up in a big way in some next decade or so. Average age of people in Africa is 19. Okay, or it's the youngest continent. We think India is already maturing. Okay, so we have to think that whatever models we develop, and they are looking to India. I was at Saudi Arabia for FI conference, and I think I met so many ministers and other people there, particularly from Africa. They are all looking to India, because when it comes from Western countries, they have some kind of a fear that something may not be right. They want to control, they want to colonialize, but that fear is not in terms of dealing with India. So I think we can leverage this position and do a lot more things. So I think these are a few words. I don't want to take away your time
Thank
from
you,
this
Nishith bhai,
interesting panel, but thank you so much.
Thank you for your lovely suggestions here, Nishith bhai. Do we have a couple of more minutes? I would like to take two questions, one for Vivek and other for, whosoever you want to direct the question to, but I would like one question specifically dedicated for Vivek to take up on the policy front. Anybody has any question? No? Okay. Could you use the mic, please? And yeah.
Would love to understand if you have any opinion on whether a free regulation, like a complete free regulation and only dealing with bad actors is a good model, or what are your opinions on how we can do regulations better?
So this was for Vivek.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, so there are good actors and there are bad actors in every economy. I mean, for bad actors, really, you cannot let them roam free or cannot let them go unpunished. Punishment is a hard word, but you cannot let them go just like that. So, if there are defaulters, if there are people who are willfully committing defaults or converting assets into NPAs, I think there are rules of the land that are already in place which act with such people in a very stringent way. But when we are discussing agriculture as a subject, I don't think so we will have anything of that sort in at least in near term, because it is a sector that is being heavily subsidized and supported by the sector. And Nishith sir mentioned that contributes 18% to the GDP, employs around 33 or even more percentage of the population, the workforce in India. So it requires a lot of support. I don't think so we have a problem of bad actors in the agri sector per se.
Can I just? No, please go ahead. You first, right?
No, so, just to add on to that.
30 seconds.
Yeah, so precisely. So I really would like to add a perspective to this. So what I personally feel as a farmer is that farming in India, agriculture as a sector, is a very politically sensitive and a socially sensitive sector. So when we talk about agri-tech, currently we are talking about a very, very basic technology, largely based on renewable and all. Tomorrow, say we talk about technology towards, genetically modified crops, or maybe some much more advanced tech which then can be perceived by this larger mass whose capability building is not to that level. And if they see this as a kind of a larger conspiracy of pooling in those kind of blended finance funds and so on, there wherein comes inverted commas that bad actor concept, and that could be really, really very sensitive. And that's how the policy making in this space of allowing, the blended finance or the open flow of an influx of money from the larger player is strictly regulated. So that is something which I can really voice out here, is that could be a potential challenge in next 10 years or odd or so, wherein we see the influx of AI or maybe little more critical technologies taking shape or taking over the agri-tech piece of it, and its usage and adaptation and adoption would certainly would lead to government looking into more stringent regulations, around this space is a thought that comes to my mind.
Very quickly, I'm sorry, take just 1 minute, because I use bad actors, right? My premise is that first start with trust. You cannot assume everybody is a bad actor. I think that is where our starting point is wrong. Second, you start with the policy research work, and then most important thing, look at the behavioral impact, okay? Because that is the analysis we do, the list. Even if tax rates, for example, at what level behavior change is very important to understand, because up to certain level people will be there. Otherwise, you make good actors into bad actors. And unfortunately, what has happened, the whole system has worked on the premise that everybody is chore. Okay, in lighter vein, if that is the Indian word I can use for a moment. And therefore, everywhere, if you look at whether RBI or whether corporate law or otherwise, every small thing, compliance has become such a pain in the neck. And even bona fide non-compliance are penalized at disproportionate rate. Now there is a system whereby you can put everybody in jail, you can do this or that. I think we cannot have that kind of system. We have to change the mindset. And the countries which have operated on the basis of the trust, a lot of work is happening in Scandinavian countries. I'm not saying you go one way or the other, but I think it is important that we understand different models that are evolving. But by and large, one would always start with two things. One, trust, and second, what are the positive impact. For example, crypto, right? Now, there are always one and the other view, not full understanding of either of the two. And then we went on. Now, India is missing out on something or not? So there are fears of bad actors, but at the same time, we have to take some action. Today, after we focused on that in 2012. Even till today, we don't have basic thing in place, And only initially it was negative, now it is positive. And with Trump coming in, okay, you're changing. But the blockchain itself is a very important tool for every new model. You will use blockchain, okay. So I believe that do not start with the assumption that, everybody is a bad actor. Few things you need to really comply. But then there is a balancing act that is very important. So some method in madness, I don't want to go into detail, but we can talk at some other point of time. There is a lot with technology you can do with data analytics and all this. Someday I will talk about from democracy to netocracy.
We'll get into that later, Nishith bhai, because that's a different theme
so
altogether.
I don't want to go into that.
I'll quickly go to Ruchit. Do you have any final words to share with us, like short?
No, I think we are
We're
running
good?
out of time.
Okay.
Happy to
Thank you
talk
so
to
much.
you guys.
Sorry for
Yeah,
this
thank you.
overextension of our session.
Wonderful.
We invite the next panel members to be on this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to our panel members for sharing their insights with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for the panelists. So we are moving to the next session. It's about the participation of mainstream FIs in climate smart agriculture, drivers, opportunities, and the constraints. For that, I just would like to invite Mr. Yogendra Shelke, State Bank of India, Mr. Vipul S. Clyde of Finance, Mr. Ajay Joseph from ISAF, Mr. Arindam Datta, is an independent consultant, Mr. Sidram Ghate from Union Bank. For that, I request Ms. Sudhamini Bhatt from Express to moderate the session. So I request all our panelists, please join us on the stage to begin with this session.
welcome and welcome everyone to this panel. So today's topic, what we are discussing is basically participation of mainstream FIs in climate smart agriculture. So what I see is not the mainstream FIs, but a blend of financial institutions. So what we have, the blend of financial institution, why I say is because we have two public sector participation. So Mr. Ghate is from Union Bank, Mr. Shelke is from State Bank of India. So two public sector bank participation. And we have Ajay from ESAF, it's a small finance bank participation. And Vipul represents the NBFC participation. And Mr. Datta, we want you to represent all the other financial institutions possible apart from these. So now we start that climate has always been the buzzword, and all the financial institutions would like to participate, in climate space in some way or the other. So my question to Vipul is that do you feel that the integration of climate smart technologies in this agriculture sector is a way where financial institutions can participate? First of all, I would like you, if you could introduce yourself also further.
Sure, thank you. My name is Vipul and I represent Kaleidofin. Kaleidofin is a fintech in its origin, and we have built a credit risk infrastructure platform which we offer to banks and NBFCs. We also have an NBFC license of our own. Can I request you to repeat the question as well, please?
So the integration of climate smart technologies, the topic is, in this agriculture space. How do you see it, coming up to the financial sector space? Do you feel that it is a best possible, it's a best combination?
So from a financial sector or a sort of a financial institution standpoint, I think there are a lot of loops to sort of jump before you hit that point, if I were to sort of wear the hat of an NBFC and answer. I think today's discussion, I think more or less this is the second last or the last panel, the last session. And this has been quite an interesting day for me personally. I think I saw a lot of deep work happening right from the first presentation with a gentleman from Cine basically made. A deep work happening in terms of enhancing sort of production capacities of agriculture from a climate smart perspective, as well as connections between various value chains. I think for a financier or a lender, the key part that I feel, I think I won't say missing, but has to be more prominent, is the business case of saying that, firstly, I would even say that agriculture as a sector is creditworthy in its scale and size that we intend to deliver finance to. And secondly, the business case of climate smart financing, at one level making sustainable agriculture, but another level also making agricultural enterprises sustainable. So as and when we sort of build that more prominently, and from Kaleidofin's perspective, we are very passionate about that. We have started to take baby steps in that direction, and we believe there is more to do in terms of building the business case for agricultural enterprises and the impact of climate smart tech in terms of making these enterprises more sustainable. But I would say as the business case becomes more evident, a data-based approach comes in to say that this has a positive or an sort of a neutral impact on creditworthiness, most likely positive. I think lenders will be able to jump in with that much more confidence, is a short answer I would like to give.
I think with the new age NBFC like yours, I think you have you are looking at, I think you've developed several models also related to aggregate. Would you like to highlight that? Yeah.
That is correct. In the first generation, we built a model called Chi-Score, K-I score, whose entire objective was to sort of cut through the documentation and the lack of documentation as a handicap in trying to serve informal enterprises, in particular agriculture, and look at alternate data, look at data that you can basically verify and data that you have certain degree of veracity on, and use that to start to essentially offer credit products. In the process, we could actually reduce a lot of false positives and false negatives that are underlying in a loan decisioning process. And in that order, sort of approval rates actually shot up in our case while keeping the creditworthiness low. And the second generation of work is now trying to build chi-score ag, in short form for agriculture, which is trying to now bring in remote sensing, precipitation, various other technologies, and some which we're not even thinking about from what I heard since this morning. But for example, things that we are thinking about is remote sensing, precipitation, natural disaster, various macroeconomic and its impact on agricultural sector, and see how that impacts credit decisioning. So yeah, we are in that direction.
Great. So Ajay, as a small finance bank, how has ESAF seen these climate smart technologies, commensurating with the agri segment?
First of all, I should thank Loan Express for inviting for this session. Myself, Ajay, representing ESAF Small Finance Bank. Actually, I was sitting there, I was thinking whether I should introduce myself as a banker even. So after hearing all the panelists discussing about funds not available, etc. But Saudamini has done that for me. So before getting into the discussion, I should give a...
Can't escape that, sorry.
Before getting into the discussion, I should say a prelude to the, or an insight to that. As a banker, whatever we say about prosperity, planet and all, at the end of the day, we should get back the money what we give with a buffer, with an interest. So that is the business of the bank. Now, agriculture as a sector per se, this is one of the, traditionally, this is one of the sector having highest probability of default. Now, if a sector is having highest probability of default, naturally, we will have to add upon interest, risk premium interest will be there. Now, if we add upon the risk premium interest, the interest will be higher and the takers will be lesser. This is one aspect. Now, other thing, as different from other sector is that in agriculture, cash flow, the frequency of cash flow is less. There are short duration crops, long duration crops. So once we give credit to farmers, the repayment will be either a kind of half yearly or annually, etc. So flow of money inward to us is less. Now there are two drawbacks, I should say. Now third one is that agri as a sector is highly sensitive to political conditions. One, secondly, with the climatic conditions. So as a whole, bankers from the business perspective will have to think twice before lending to agriculture. Now having said that, banks are mandated to do agri financing as a priority sector lending. And small finance bank especially have to do 75% of the lending in priority sector as against the 40%. So one, we are mandated to do agri financing. Secondly, from the ESAF's point of view, we are interested also. I mean, we were erstwhile microfinance institutions and we were lending, and still most of our around 70% of the portfolio will be in RUSU sector. And when we do financing to the RUSU sector, the activity that lies there is majorly agri. So our lending perspective also is around 67 to 70% into agriculture. So we are doing that. Secondly, sometimes we are even selling as the PSLC certificate to other banks because of extra credits in PSLs that we have. Now, one more thing, as the need of the hour, I should say that ESAF has recently got 68.1 in the ESG rating. So as against the industry best of 69.1 and industry average of 58.1. So we are highly looking towards our vision to become one of the leading social bank. We are into that and we will be doing that. Now, secondly, what I said now is all about agri. Now coming to climate smart agriculture, I should say that bankers normally have a kind of a herd mentality. If if a big bank like SBI or somebody does, other banks will follow for sure, because banking is a highly regulated framework. We don't have that much of autonomy. So I can quote a couple of examples also. Hari is sitting over here, and we were trying to partner with their foundation for some credit guarantee. So now I should not say, but still, when we checked about with the regulators, they are saying that it's a kind of a para-banking activity. So whatever we do as an innovative thing, we'll have to ask them, because we are, as ESAF perspective, we are a new bank. We'll have to double sure whether we can do that or not. So that is going on. Now, second example I should quote is that when we were an S12 microfinance organization, we have had like MFI, we used to lend for buying this solar lamps and all, and we have achieved around 1 crore, not around 1 crore we have achieved as a carbon credit. But now, when we look for that, we do have a sustainability department also in our bank. So when, as a bank, when we try to do that, there are all sorts of regulations or all sorts of hurdles that we have to cross. So from the banking perspective, I think now I should thank that this is a podium where I can speak our difficulties also. So looking forward for some kind of regulations or clarity in these aspects. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajay, for giving a frank, opinion related to this subject. But I'm sure, there are many more examples, from other banks as well. So, which you mentioned, like State Bank, the largest bank. So, Mr. Yogendra, would you like to highlight some examples, some success stories which you have seen in your, especially in the agri sector?
See, taking the clue from the panelist and from the last panel, agri is highly politicized and socially loaded structure. And the credit to this structure, structure is worthy of it or not, that's not the issue. When the sector is contributing 18% of GDP, then there is no other option but to provide the credit. What has gone actually wrong, in my opinion, is we as a banker are still chasing certain numbers, because most of the PSUs are given a GLC target, that is what we call in our language the ground level credit target, how much we need to disburse every year. And every year this announcement is made by the Honorable Finance Minister in the budget. And so every bank tries to achieve that. So within agri space, what kind of financing you are doing, what kind of structures you are offering, what kind of products you are offering, that depends on the bank. So major focus so far has been when the government of India introduced a scheme called Kisan Credit Card. If you look at the portfolio of the banks, you will find that most of these banks are focusing only on those products, like a mandated product of KCC, because government chased those numbers. When I am reviewed by my bosses at DFS, they will ask you what is my KCC saturation. Now, a lot of talk has gone since morning that the credit is not available or the disbursements are not happening on the ground. The government data says that the KCC saturation has reached 95%. So that's a paradox. Now, the one data point says it's 95%. Panelists since mornings are saying credit is not available. Hari is seriously looking at funds from the banks. Banks are not giving ratings, all those issues. One thing is that for the climate smart financing or climate related financing, banks as such are not innovating, and they will not. And why should they? Because they are highly regulated. Somebody from outside the panel explained very nicely that why banks lendings are restricted and why banks are risk averse. Because they are told to. They are told to. One of my boss used to tell me in the early days, you are nothing but a modern day Marwadi. शाम को आपको देखना है गले में आया कितना, जो दिया था वो वापस आएगा कि नहीं आएगा. So that's a typical banking mindset. And as far as climate smart financing is concerned, bank, let me tell you, the State Bank of India was formed when the need was felt that we are not providing credit to the agriculture sector. That is the genesis and basis. Mr. Vaidyan, my ex-colleague, will agree with me. That was the basic basis on which the bank was nationalized. Imperial Bank of India became State Bank of India in 1955. As far as climate smart financing is concerned, we do have a specific business unit for this, and we do focus on this. As far as agri space is concerned, for this kind of activities, I am of the firm opinion that we need a lot of collaborations. Unless the collaborators, the various actors in this entire value chain come into play, banks will not come forward. Now, who should come forward? Mr. Ganesh will say that banks are not ready to finance. They finance only 3 folios, and 4th folios, they said, no, enough of it. That's a typical problem of the banker. But we did experiments with Tata Trust with, under the leadership of Mr. Vaidyan, and we had a very nice experience in this. We financed in Adgir the solar power pumps, wherein what we are talking since morning about the blended finance, where the farmers were supported for their contribution by associate firm of associate organization of the Tata Trust, and we funded from our sources. But what level the engagement of these actors or the NGOs or the MFI organizations or any development organizations is with the bank, that will depend how the bank will come forward. If that is at the ground level, let me be honest in accepting the fact that the ground level field staff or the functionaries will not understand how important it is from the long term or the overall perspective or attaining certain SDGs. If you engage with the corporate level or at a higher level where the understanding has, the clarity is there, the understanding is there, then certainly banks will come forward. No doubt, banks are risk averse, but banks are bleeding like anything, particularly in agri-finance. Just now the panelist says that agri-finance is having a highest probability of default because of historical, political and social reasons. That goes with that. But the bank's role in financing agriculture, whether it is climate smart or otherwise, cannot be ruled out when the banking sector is predominantly dominated by private sector and public sector banks. But that doesn't mean that I am undermining the role of MFIs and NBFCs, what they are playing. Where the gaps are there, where I cannot reach out, they are reaching out, and they are also playing a very important role in providing credit to the needy sectors of the, more particularly of the agriculture. I will stop here.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Ghate, we hear that Union Bank has started a full-fledged ESG department. I'm sure is that with a particular, with a true sense of adapting climate in their, financial businesses. So, if you could throw some highlight.
Okay. Before starting, let me put on record that since morning I am finding this seminar is designed for myself only, because let me introduce myself. I am agriculturist, small agriculture graduate, done core agriculture research for 3 years, then joined the bank for last 20 years. Core agriculture finance, industrial finance, risk management, now ESG. So this is in brief I am saying. So I am finding a lot of inputs what morning session has said and working in there. Leading to the ESG aspect, I would like to state that agriculture and climate are heart and soul of ecosystem. I hope everybody agree on that part. Agriculture will not done without the environment part. And as a new discipline in risk management or overall ESG, we function with the E aspect and S aspect, environment as well as social. As a public sector bank, we are dealing with the for longer duration, both E as well as S. I also bring to notice that Vaidyanathan sir, I do agree with your trust factor in lending. When we have a trust with the farmer, they wait. I have worked as an agriculture officer. When it is there, the farmers are not a bad factors. There are few factors. That is, in banking term, we called our risk reward hour. We take it is granted that in my portfolio there will be 5 to 10%, and for that we have lot of jargons like ECL, PD, LGD that will take care of it. But we need today, and all banking sectors are taking. Coming to the ESG aspect, particularly I will focus on the physical risk as acute physical or sea level rise, drought, all these factors are having. So at our level, we are designing and developing the models which can be used as a proactive measures while using them in the financial. As it is an initial stage, a lot of things has to go. So I will not take a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So my personal experience also while discussing this agri segment and their financing has always been that all the financial institutions, even the large, small, and all the NBFCs are very keen. But as you say that with great powers comes great responsibilities. So coming to sir, you have been in this segment for long and you've seen the agri sector closely. So what support you feel that this sector requires in the financing space?
So I'll answer not from an agri-financing perspective, but from a climate financing perspective in the agri sector. That there's a difference,
Sure, sir.
right? Now, and just to introduce myself, my name is Arindam. I worked with Rabobank, which is a Dutch cooperative bank, the world's largest bank in food and agribusiness, and the world's most sustainable bank for many, many years. And I handled sustainability in the bank. Now, in India, to answer the first question to ask all the panelists, there is no climate smart financing because there is agriculture financing. Any financing which we say is climate smart, we need to measure, we need to verify, we need to report. We don't have the tools to do that. Simple. Till we have the tools to do that, we cannot call any financing as climate financing. Now, the second point I would like to make is, and that's the point the gentleman here also made, if you look at Europe, the regulations are extremely stringent on climate risk. They do not talk about climate financing, but they talk about incorporating climate risk in your financing. It came from the regulators. It was not out of the good heart of the large European banks, which are very green countries, very committed countries to the environment, but the banks are private sector, return-seeking institutions and risk-averse. So it has taken them years and huge amount of technology, especially in agriculture financing, to be able to incorporate climate risk into the financing decision because it's complex, keeping in view the different geographies, different climate risk, different crops, and different kind of issues, right? It's still work in progress, but huge teams have been set up to be able to put quantitative terms to the risk being faced in different sectors and different geographies in agriculture for climate risk management. It's once you do that, climate financing will follow that. It won't precede that. So in my view, you cannot claim any financing if you have done some watershed financing, if you have done some, some new seed variety finance. You have to prove that your financing made a difference and it has made the farmer, more resilient. You need the tools. The tools are not available. I'll just stop here for the time being.
But how can we make the tools available? Is there any way?
The tools are working on, and as was the point made in the last session and the sessions before, see, the biggest bane for agriculture financing, here I'm talking of agriculture finance. Financing 1.1, there are three costs: cost of funds, the transaction cost, and the provisioning cost. And the reasons why banks do not finance in the agriculture sector, because the transaction costs are huge. I'm not even coming to the risk cost of being able to underwrite a farmer. I'm talking of farmer financing, not agriculture financing. The underwriting cost, the monitoring cost, and the collection cost, all these gentlemen know very well, it's huge. It busts your balance sheet, it busts your portfolio quality. And on top of that, now if you have to incorporate climate risk, the cost of that is not, who's going to bear the cost? Now, is it a public good where the government bears the good? Is it to be borne by private capital? The jury is out. So first, it needs to be led by regulations. And second is, but regulation should not shoot before we have the tools ready to be able to do that. And that's where technology, whether it's remote sensing, AI, ML, and all of that, will play a huge role, because otherwise the cost, because when we tried to do blended finance, climate financing with the USAID, DFC, we set up structures, just the reporting cost came to millions of dollars. Now, who's going to bear that cost? The financial institutions can't. And second is, unless we give a certain amount of scale to mainstream large banks like this, we cannot ask them to set up a dedicated unit to do a 15 crore, 20 crore financing, because the deep knowledge you required is not there within the banking system, right? You need experts, M&E experts, you need climate experts, you need technology experts to be able to do that. So it's a larger issue. It's not our issue only for the banks. There is collaboration required and technology required to be able to do that in a manner which is feasible, where the transaction costs are manageable, and where it's acceptable by all, including the regulators.
Yeah, sure.
We do appreciate the concern what you said. As a practical banker, I hope SBI and our bank has one of the pioneer in this establishing ESG cell. The concept or the theme is that what you have rightly said, as of now, there is no purely climate risk agri-finance portfolio. We are trying to develop this, so we'll be able to finance when it comes to the underwriting the farmer. That is what our approach. Thank you.
So Vipul, do you feel that apart from cost, there is any other barrier? Cost is one aspect, of course, for in this climate finance, but any other, or you feel any other innovation can help address?
No, of course, several. And actually, he himself just touched upon one, but he mentioned two, which is the expected credit loss or the provisioning, or how do you now predict what the losses could be? So at least, see, because the scope is so wide, we are trying to see that what is the role we as an organization which is looking at credit models can play. And we have sort of committed ourselves to look at that part of the specific problem, not even the first one which Arindam described. So, which is the credit loss monitoring. Now, when we dive deep into this, and again, this is not specific to climate smart agriculture, but agricultural financing, is that to see that how do you reduce the overhead of collecting data? Because even when we started, we could have always be crippled by saying that, okay, there is not enough data for me to really take a call, so let me be the most conservative and reject 90% of the applications, which is how conventionally we would go about. But that won't move the needle at all. So we started by looking at what are the data sets that are available, what are the data sets that are verifiable, what are the data sets that are holding good in terms of showing correlation with default. These were conventional data sets about demographics, the land parcels, the cropping patterns, the cropping seasons, the crop itself, the household profile, what is the vintage of the farmer, etc. It went into looking into credit bureau data of the farmer. Farmer had access to KCC, Kisan Credit Card, and they had repayment history. Of course, all of the history was not clean because there were waivers and there were write-offs and things like that. Now, what do you include in terms of a behavior of the link to behavior of the customer versus what do you attribute to extraneous factors is another aspect of modeling. And then go on to alternate data, which is the buzzword, but you can't do without it. You have to be able to parametricize all the impact of weather and climate onto agriculture and crops. And India is a very diverse country, weather-wise, weather pattern-wise. So to be able to look at all of that and in the end still be able to connect back to that one farmer that you're going to, such that all of these maybe 500 individual data points can now start to make sense. Now, there's a lot of noise when you create models like this. There's a lot of noise about unnecessary data that don't hold any correlation. So this is the part of work that we have committed ourselves to. I think we are, I would say, 40% in our journey, already able to deliver some result. We are targeting SMF, small marginal farmers today. We are targeting it through microfinance institutions. We are targeting it through banks, in being able to give them the tool to look at that credit loss appropriately. It doesn't necessarily take away the operational cost aspect that you spoke about, Arindam. But that's the role that we are trying to play, because in the end, even that will keep people sit on the fence. If that's not something that an underwriter has confidence on, that, okay, I don't know whether this is a 5% risk or a 15% risk, I may not be able to price it appropriately. See, the other point is that while I think it is always appreciated that the marginal farmer should get it at the cheapest price, or somebody said the most reasonable price. I think I'm missing the exact word, but it was nicely described. That what is the right price? There is the aspect of the price discovery as well. Now, in trying to make it cheap, let's not make it not available, right? Let's figure out that what is the cost of funds, what is the OPEX, what is the credit loss, etc., etc. What is the margin, and therefore this is the price today. This is the landing price. Somebody is working at the credit loss, somebody is working at the OPEX, and somebody is working at scale. So over a period of time, some of this will change. But to be able to do this right and ideal, let's not stop the effort itself, is the way we look at it, and that's how we sort of work with our partners as well.
So, just one thing, sir. Could you just highlight a bit on the startup ecosystem, something for the startups which can be incorporated
In the agriculture sector?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agriculture or climate finance,
Yeah,
there will be
absolutely,
resources.
absolutely. Look, the key issues they are addressing through technology is transaction and risk. Now, the risk is for any business which is being done in the agri-supply chain, whether it's an input company, whether it's a procurement company, whether it's a bank, a retail bank financing farmers, because one of the biggest problem is information asymmetry, and you do not get dynamic data, because in a farm, a farmer, season on season, the information changes, the risk changes, and what's the production, productivity, weather condition, soil condition, market price condition. There's so many factors out there. So what technology is trying to do is cut through all the clutter, and as like the point he made, look, we already have a credit score. Credit score is the person's willingness to pay. But how do you determine the person's ability to pay? Because in the coming season, in this location for this crop, will the farmer be able to get the right production, harvest, and the price to be able to pay off the loan? And that's where deep data analytics, your remote sensing and AI comes in. And there are companies like theirs, then Satshia, which is doing incredible stuff. What they have done is they have bundled a farm score with CIBIL's credit score, which any bank can pull, and look at the expected production, expected harvest level. So the bank not only has the farmer's intention to pay, but the ability to pay. So even, and that's for agriculture, farm financing, but even to load on climate, the climatic condition, the impact that farming has, positive or negative on the land, soil, carbon content, etc. Without technology, it's not humanly possible. You need deep data analytics. You need the modern digital tools to be able to do that. A lot of work is happening, and that's where the agri-techs are playing a huge role on the financing and on the business side. But otherwise, even on streamlining the supply chain of making information available to the right players to cut through the clutter on quality, on quantity, etc. Technology is far more efficient than human interventions, and that's the key role that technology and tech companies are playing.
Great, sir. So, Yogendra sir, so SBI is looked upon as a role model everywhere. So anything which you can add upon, which can be implemented or can be by others institutions.
More particularly on the startup ecosystem, which just upon the sir has touched. I think there are companies which have done a deep analysis of the data, and data being used extensively to provide scores, to provide prediction of the health and soil cards, then creating market linkages. Some of the startups have really done a very good job, and I think going forward they will really help the small and marginal farmer holder. The country with 86% of SMF will need that kind of technologies, that kind of companies. And more important in the entire game is the risk which the farmer bears at the end of the harvest. In the morning also you heard Mr. Bhatt when he was referring to some of the farmer condition. At the time of cultivation you had unseasonal rains and you lost the entire crop. So how do you mitigate that risk from the farmer's perspective is a big challenge in this country. Even the insurance companies, are they compensating totally? How much they are compensating? That's a big question mark. And how much participation, voluntary from the farmer side and from the policy side is there? That's another thing to be debated. A large debate can happen on that. So the risk of the farmer, particularly on the market linkage side, needs a greater understanding, and a lot work needs to be done on that. Government of India launched Agri Infra Fund for creating a post-harvest infrastructure fund at farm gate with the intent that this will help farmers to store their produce, to mitigate the losses which they are incurring at the harvesting stage, more particularly by not storing it and selling at the distress price. Good amount of work has done. They already covered a sanctioning of 51,000 crores out of a target of 1 lakh crore. But still a lot needs to be done when it comes to the small and marginal farmer holder. not only from the policy side, not only from the credit side, from the banker side, but also from the tech companies. And the market linkages are going to be very important if you really want to double the income of the farmer. Thank you.
So I open any questions by the audience?
Yeah. Hello, sir. This is Avinav from Union Bank. I have a question to Arindam, sir. As you are referring that we currently don't have much tools for managing climate risk. Climate finance will come later. Do you think that in our country still we do not have any taxonomy which can help in addressing this problem of tools? If I see a small country like Bangladesh, they have a taxonomy which obviously has taken cue from the European taxonomy. And since Rabobank has been the sustainable bank for quite a lot of time, now is it because more since they have this European taxonomy and that has helped the bank to go through the sustainable path?
Absolutely. See, in Europe, the taxonomy, let me say it's much more developed, it's much more widely accepted, and it's much more widely understood. In India, it's work in progress. The finance ministry during COVID had set up a committee on looking at sustainable financing, where agri was one of the sectors, and within that there was a committee on taxonomy. So it's work in progress, and they have come out with the recommendations. Now we'll see as to how and when the policymakers accept and make it more public so that it's acceptable. But taxonomy is one of the key issues that we need to know what we are saying. By when any term we use, we need to be very clear about what we mean, including the larger term. It's not here blended finance. What exactly are we referring to? What is blending? What is getting blended? So even for climate financing or sustainable financing or green financing, the taxonomy needs to be crystal clear. Otherwise, we will not make much of a headway, but work is in progress.
Thank you. Thank you.
So anyone else?
Hello. My question to Vipul, what kind of alternative data you are using for your risk underwriting for the agri financing? And as Mr. Datta mentioned about farm score, that can be added into your model, and any successful story till now in that?
So alternate data is pretty wide. I think at one level it's about let's say anything that can affect crop, which is weather, climate. These are data sets around historical precipitation profiles of locations, geotagged to the pin codes, etc. These are drought profiles of different sort of, again, similar areas, cyclones. So all the natural events that happen and the impact of these natural events on different crops, because it is not the same for every crop. So these all, if I were to give you an example, just taking one of these data sets, what we try and see is that while we can't predict these events are going to happen, right? Before giving a loan, how do you know that a drought is going to happen in a season? What you test for is that if a drought actually sort of manifests, which is the pool of customer from, let's say, this pin code, let's say 1,000 customers. There are customers who have higher resilience net, and they can bounce back faster because their cash flows or their sort of asset profile is different versus those that are marginal, right? So there are customers who will be able to bounce back in 2 weeks versus some who will bounce back in 3 months versus some who will be completely out of business, right? Out of their enterprise. It's that differentiation we try to bring from an alternate data standpoint. But broadly speaking, all the weather data that I spoke about, then we bring in all their social profile, which is address stability, mobile number stability. We capture things about street level data. Where do they stay? So the farm is somewhere, but where they stay also, and the infrastructure profile, the amenity profile, the asset profile, number of earning members, number of dependents also play a role, because the household and the farm is sort of very closely intermingled in at least the SMF, small marginal farmer segment. So that's broadly the first one. What we are now adding is remote sensing. We are adding parametricization of being able to connect to weather index and weather forecasts to be able to sort of start to do this more real time. But at least for the customer segment that we are operating in, I think this first part was also very reasonably risk differentiating factor. What was your second question? Yeah, so this is the thing, right? I think what we have cracked in 4 years of our being is being able to appraise the farmer, that how creditworthy that farmer is, both from an ability and willingness to pay. I mean, with different degrees of success, but addressing both. Now, what the next level is that how do you now track the farm produce and the success of the farm produce, its sale, its sustainability, and the cash flows therefore back into the financial lives of the customer. This part, I would say we are 40-50% there today. It's not 100% accurate. The difference is primarily there is some more data available in certain geographies, and therefore we are better off. In certain others, there is lesser. We are doing lots of third-party integrations, satellite company integrations, so that we get to the nuance of this at a pan-India level. We are already in 24 states, but I would say only in half of them, we're able to merge these two data as well to be able to now predict. But I would say we are about a year or 18 months away where we can do this for pan-India.
Time for last question. Yeah.
Yeah. So my question to Datta sir, I think you spoke about having the proper tools. That I think, in my opinion, would follow, and I would love to get corrected here. I think the real issue that we are dealing with is that, of course, there is no taxonomy in the country. That is primary. Secondary, the internal risk rating frameworks of the banks and the financial institutions are not aligned for addressing climate risk. Now that even if they want to lend to a climate aligned project or a sector, they cannot do it because you rightly said private institutions, profit driven, risk averse, right? So do you think that having tools in place but not having realignment of the internal risk rating frameworks would really help?
Absolutely. I mean, the point I made, in Europe, if you look over the last 12 years, it was led by regulation. So in India, it needs to be led by regulation. Once the regulators demand it, banks will have no choice but to incorporate climate risk in their credit decisions. They will not develop it on their own. It's just too complex. Huh? So, I mean, look at the European and see the difference they have made over the last 10 decades in terms of incorporating climate risk in their across sectors, including agriculture. They have done it. It's still work in progress, I'll say. It is getting refined, but they are there. We have not even started the journey. That's the difference.
So, thanks panelists. Thanks, B.
Thank you everyone for the wonderful session. Now moving to the last session of the day. So the next session is the way forward, what we have discussed entire day and what we are looking forward for today's event. For that, I just request Mr. Arindam Datta to be be on the stage itself and just take it forward, the way forward for the today's event.
Thank you so much. And Sandeep, I would request you also to come to the stage, please, because there are some expectations that Sandeep has, and we need to be very clear. And Sandeep, you are going to regret putting me on the stage right now, because I'll start off with a couple of statements, and I'll call a spade a spade. There's a big elephant in the room, and we don't recognize those elephants. Huh? The first is, when I started my career 32 years back, I started with NABARD, and I was at Patna. And the first conference I went to, exactly the same issues were discussed 32 years back that we are discussing today. The only difference is the climate angle. That time we talked about floods, drought, we didn't use the word climate, but otherwise access to finance, good inputs, market linkage, we have the same problems today. Huh? So don't expect solutions in the next 30 minutes, but let's find a way. That's one. The second point is, I had the fortune of having worked in the development sector and then in the private sector. And what was true 30 years back, again, holds true today. These are two different worlds. They don't understand each other. They don't talk to each other. They don't appreciate each other. Now, that's a big development challenge for our country, because if you look at Germany, if you look at the Scandinavian countries, if you look at Netherlands, there's movement of personnel effortlessly across sectors, from the research sector to the private sector to the development sector. In India, we don't see that. The only movement from the development sector to the private sector is mostly in the CSR department. It's not in business. Till that happens, till we have bankers, credit managers moving to the development sector, the development sector, in spite of all the good work they do, that they are not being able to determine that what makes a project or a business bankable and what is not bankable. So just by a few linkages, few inputs, increasing income does not make a person or a project or a business bankable. I mean, this is where understanding that if we are trying to do financial linkages, how is a credit committee sitting in Mumbai or Delhi going to look at a project in Orissa or in Assam? They are not going to think from their heart. They are going to take very cold decisions on whether we are going to get our money back. So it's extremely important to have, I mean, we can't solve the problem here, but these are larger issues we are facing in this country, that the different sector, whether it's a research institutions, the public sector, the government, the private sector, we are all working in silos. And if you look at the development sector, they have broken the silos. It's like, one continuum of different subsectors. It's like that. So Sandeep asked me to sum up today's conference, which is not easy, but Sandeep, what is your expectation? What is it that GIZ is trying to do? And why did you get all the stakeholders together? And what is it that you are seeking? And then we will talk about that, please.
The first statement is that it is not just us. There are
yes, all of us.
Various co-organizers, and they have all very generously helped in every aspect, including sending invitations. So we alone couldn't have done this. So the first thing I'll acknowledge is this. What I think then, if we have to summarize what we are trying to achieve through this, is that whatever we started sometime in 2022 with a lot of guidance from you and other people as well, has reached a stage where, the number, as Ganesh said, 1,500, whatever number, it doesn't look great, but people within the industry will understand that this is also not insignificant. And I think, I don't know whether Sai is here. Sai, your action, Cashpin's action, has given the signal that it's scalable. What we are doing is scalable and impactful. That's there. Now, I have, after that, kept on getting lots of calls and requests about how can we be involved. Hari has been one of them, which honestly I don't have the time or even the thoughts to answer. But it's well recognized that many people can play a part in accelerating this. We have got a little bit of critical mass, not much. So therefore this whole gathering, and therefore my request to you is to be able to sum up and maybe synthesize and maybe get some further inputs to have a very, maybe a hazy but somewhat on the way forward. You have been very generous in helping me avoid many pathways. A lot of them would not have worked, and you warned me well in advance. So here again, if you even say this number 1 to 10 doesn't work, even I'll be very grateful to you for that. Just some things which don't work, I'll be so grateful. You don't need to necessarily say that, oh, this is the solution, go this way. Those 10 things, then we'll avoid those 10 things and try something else.
Okay, thanks. So we had a lot of sessions today. We talked about renewable energy, we talked about adaptation financing, we talked about resilience financing, we talked about blended finance, and we talked about issues that Ganesh mentioned, that in spite of the amount of effort being put in by several organizations, access to finance still remains a big challenge. And the few success stories we heard, and there are more, we just hear a few names: Caspian, Avanti, Samunati. Now, Caspian doesn't have the ability to do pharma financing. Samunati can, Avanti can in a very tech-based manner, but they need very strong partners. I mean, I'll not get into the details of how they deliver credit, but it's different. But these three institutions together will not be able to meet the credit requirement even of 1/10 of a block in India. But we are just getting three names right. Huh? So any kind of financing that we do in India, any large program that we set up, especially in the agriculture sector, where we have the farmers, the small and marginal farmers, the smallholder farmers as the largest stakeholders, requires participation of retail banks, licensed banks, for a couple of reasons. Firstly, they have the mandate to do agriculture lending. The cost of funds is the lowest in the industry. And third, if you talk of assets, we are not talking of working capital. You're talking of different kind of renewable energy assets in whatever form and manner. Assuming that all of them work, they perform, and they are bankable. Now, a term loan to a smallholder farmer increases the risk from a bank's perspective tremendously. From a working capital, a 6-month, 8-year loan to a 3-year loan, the risk perception goes up tremendously, and the premium, the risk premium that will be loaded on will be much higher. So now what we are doing, and India, we have seen this constant challenge that but the innovations we have seen on the institutional side in India, we have not seen anywhere else in the world from a policy and regulatory perspective, because no other country, the finance ministry or the equivalent or the central bank, RBI equivalent, has the mandate for financial inclusion the way India has. And not only the setting up of NABARD, SIDBI, RRBs, the extensive cooperative banks, the MFIs, NBFCs, urban cooperative banks, no other country has got this plethora of institutions. But having said that, or the priority sector,
there are 100 loans of 1 rupee each. And I come and say that if the first 5 rupee is loss, that loss is mine. Above that, 95 is yours. Then the regulation is saying you actually have the 100 rupee total loss on you. Because some calculations will say that the loss will never go beyond 2%. So you have taken on the entire risk. So then effectively the regulator is saying if somebody is guaranteeing the first 5%, that means the book is no longer yours. It is no longer on your book. That's what it means, which means the bank then doesn't have ownership of the assets at all.
Because it's not participating in the risk.
Yeah. So, sorry, is that right? So this needs to be clarified. And just one more point on the laziness part. I think Ayan and Ganesh, we had these conversations that first loss default guarantee has come. Somebody has given 200 loans. They have shouted from the rooftops that we are doing sustainability and all that, and then it has stopped. This has happened here. So there's evidence of that laziness actually manifesting. And till now, in all our conversations, given your experiments, the economics has come out so clearly that at least in the room, nobody asked for a guarantee. So there is some answer to your question of the economics. Unfortunately, as you said, that evidence is still not strong enough for me to knock on a very well-regulated deposit-taking bank, who is much more onerously regulated than the NBFCs. So this was, I think, a first step towards trying to get there.
And the other, issues that Mr. Vedanathan made that point about the dairy cooperatives and the produce. The cash flows of the dairy is very different from other agriculture, right? Now, agriculture, it's very lumpy. I mean, the harvest happens once, or for vegetables and all, it happens over a period of time. But the constant cash flows, like in the dairy sector, doesn't happen. Huh? And if you look, because we don't have those value chains, those tight value chains, which most of the developing countries have, the production risk is borne exclusively by the farmer or by a bank. There's no other third party. The supply chain players, from the trader to the processor, they participate in the price risk. They don't participate in the production risk. It is taken exclusively by the farmers. So if can be some arrangement which is not possible in the country, where the corporates or the supply chain players can participate in that risk, financing will come in. Because these are isolated farmers getting assessed. It's extremely difficult.
Any particular questions to Mr. Datta? Any particular observations during the day?
Or any comment to contradict what I am saying, or any solutions that you have that we can't think of?
Yeah.
Sir, I would like to ask the practical question. As climate, ESG, we're working on a lot of angles on this. And Indian agriculture is one of the thing is it is a fragmented. So while factoring the different aspects of ESG, particularly physical risk, we need to take a lot of data analysis on that. But when it comes to the field implementation, it's going to be a challenge one. So how, what is your insight? How can we address this fragmentation particularly?
See, my apprehension is slightly different. My apprehension is the political risk that we have in implementing very strong climate guidelines for banks, because it may happen if banks are not ready, they may stop lending to farmers. If they find the climate risk to be high, think of a situation, the banks, because of regulations, are being forced not to lend to the farmers they are otherwise lending to. So in India, that political risk of not implementing stringent, climate risk guidelines in agriculture farmer financing is high, not for the industry. For industry, they will do it because the political risk is very less, and that's the worry that I have personally.
So, thank you. Look, it sounds like a bleak thing if we say that banks won't lend, PSL will all gum up, and the cost of transactions is high. So, should we just say that there is a role for philanthropy to play here?
For?
Philanthropy to play here, and look at it as just viability gap funding, like what happens for
100%.
large infrastructure projects,
100.
and bake it in.
See, 100%. I mean, for the kind of work you are doing or they are doing, philanthropic capital has a mega role to play. But the issue is, there's not enough philanthropic capital to be able to solve the problem across the country. It can do it in projects and programs. And these things, they don't scale up. Even in blended finance, if you look at the blended finance instruments which are there in India or in Africa, which is less regulated. So it's a lot easier to get in dollar money and take out dollar money and do all kind of structures, or in Southeast Asia. What's happening is, because these structures are such bespoke structures, they are not replicable, they are not scalable. The moment a new partner comes in, whether it's a international foundation, whether it's a government or it's a new private sector bank fronting the transaction, the requirements change completely.
I think Richa mentioned it. Right in the program design, there was the component of making markets work, right? And you also spoke about credit decisions being made by someone sitting far away. Could it be possible that one of the design principles is that we make markets work, and the principle is that it's not about finance making a decision, but the access and the value chains make the decision, and that informs how finance or how the money should work. You're flipping it around, right? Today we keep thinking finance is the boss. I'm saying that
the market is the boss.
The market and the value chain is the boss.
So, but then you'll have to start, I mean, most of the projects, if you see in the development sector, they are bottom-up projects. They are not top-down projects. So now, I mean, from a CSR philanthropy perspective, we'll have to start with the large corporates, look at the supply base, and go down there and do their work. And now there's going to be a mission disalignment there between the philanthropy world and the private sector, because...
No, maybe that's where leverage comes in, but the point is you're making sectors more bankable.
Absolutely. Not only bankable, that the market is coming to you. I mean, you're starting with the market and going down. We don't do that. We start bottom up and then we start searching for a market. And the banks struggle that. What happens if you can't sell?
Yeah, thank you.
In Europe, exactly. That's what the Solidaridad and the Dutch and German, not-for-profit center, they go to large corporates, they say, show us your supply base in Africa, Southeast Asia, coffee, cocoa, or whatever be the commodity. We will work with your farmers there because they're assured of the market, and the large corporates leverage on the banking network to get the financing down to the farmers.
Yeah, maybe then the answer, like Dr. Vaidyan was mentioning earlier, is figuring out how you make insurance work. Maybe make insurance work for value chains.
See, insurance...
You'd have more production risk, right? And
insurance, if you look at the ILO studies across the last 30 years, in a smallholder farmer context, I mean, you can define smallholder farmers differently. In India, it's very tightly defined. There is no insurance product anywhere in the developing world which is a viable insurance product. So it needs to be heavily subsidized. The problem with government subsidy is it becomes a very inefficient instrument. That's the issue. Otherwise, the premium goes so high that I'll give you an example. I mean, the actuarial studies which was done for tomato, it said that the premium needs to be 12% of the produce value. Expected produce value, the premium needs to be 12%. Now, in India, we are politically sensitive about interest rate, going up from 12 to 14%, but at 12% of the value going into our insurance premium. So there needs to be subsidy, but how do you manage it efficiently? That's the question.
Anyone else having anything to?
Solutions?
Solutions. So
after I killed all solutions.
The way that we are going, I've heard this earlier. The way we are going in this manner is first create the evidence in an area where the rates might be high, and therefore the products that we selected. Ayan and I sat, out of 55, we just shortlisted 10, where we were sure the economics is top of the line. So the rates that you mentioned, below that 10, a lot of them will not qualify. So let's create the evidence with those 10, go to the deposit-taking banks with that evidence, and then bring the rest of the 45.
And initial years, use some philanthropic money to be able to do that, to showcase.
Correct.
But it needs to be significant. You can't do with 50, assets getting financed and going to a bank. Bank will say, like, what have you done?
50 number, replicable all over the country in millions.
In millions.
That has to be the case. 50 loans is for a bank will say, they'll kick us out of the room. Yeah. Anybody else has anything? So, Sunita, I'll expect you. I think we have kept much shorter time than what we were allocated. So,
thank you. Thanks to all the organizers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Arindam, and thank you, Sandeep. So, once again, I thank all of you for joining this session and making it insightful for us. So now we are just moving towards the closing. So for that, I just request Mr. Nishith Desai from Nishith Desai Associates and Mr. Rahul Rishi, just please come on the stage for the closing remarks. Sir, please come on the stage.
Nishith bhai, would you go first, please, with your comments, and then I'll follow you.
I think, working? Can you hear me? Okay, I think to be very short, almost every time we do something like this, we also go back with some tangible outcome. And if we can think about it, it will be most exciting. I just wanted to show you one of the things that we did with Amitabh Kant, and the whole day we sat here on corporate governance, because last year, you know, governance for the education companies and others became a big issue. How did it happen? Because everything starts at the lowest level. When you start a company, if the governance is not imbibed, it will be only compliance tick mark. And that character goes into your blood. And then, you know, when you do something small wrong in the beginning, nothing happens. Nothing happens. When it goes, it becomes a big bubble. So it was when I met with him, it was a major concern that if India gets a brand that our governance is poor, and I do not want to name a country, but there are some countries like, sometimes when you do it, nothing, don't be judgmental here, but sometimes when you do business with Italy or some other countries, then there's, oh, let's be very careful, you know. That mindset comes up, and I'm not being judgmental, I'm not saying everyone is like that, but I think as a country we get a brand that you have to be careful to deal with the entrepreneurs or the people here. I think is a major problem. We need to create a brand like what software industry did. Software industry was least regulated, okay? But if you see, at that point of time, I remember, IP laws were weak, enforcement was even weaker. Still, culturally, IT industry protected software codes and other things. You know, they behaved in a way that it gave a good name to India, and that anyone coming from software industry is welcome. Even today, on a global basis now, we have been proving that. So we want to create a national brand for good governance, and then we had this report. Within 1 month or 1.5 months, we created. This is a framework for startup. All of you are welcome to take it outside. There are 3 publications. One is Research Companion, the 120 papers here that we have done in the last couple of years, looking at new technologies, new business models and stuff like that. I would welcome. This think tank, it's just a sample so that we can create something like this, if at all. And there is a blended finance book, right? So my suggestion is that, is it a good idea to resolve something that we'll come up with? Because after all this work, what is the next step? We all have spent time, your time is very valuable. You all have come together, okay? Can we go back with some kind of a think tank report or whatever you call it? I would say, let's say, agro-climate, blended finance, think tank. I'm just giving name. You can give better name.
Sure.
But then, you know, I thought something tangible would be very helpful. It will be memorable also. And I think we really work on the ground, because we have discussed so many ideas, brilliant suggestions and observations have come out. Can we do something? And that is where we can shape the future of law, regulations, behavior, whatever you call it, right? And I will stop here at this moment in time. But
thank you, Nishith bhai, for that
we can discuss a couple
useful
of
insight. So just to give an example, so the previous day we had a call, Shahar and I had a call with one of the major US think tank, which is very active on the climate space. Now, they generally wanted to chat with us to understand what are the regulatory ecosystem around climate funding in India, particularly in relation to how think tanks or civil society organizations could leverage CSR funding. Now, they did have certain information in bits and pieces where they assumed that CSR funding that is currently available via Section 135 route is also allowed to be used for making investments, or it could also be sent offshore. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that foreign think tanks, domestic think tanks, or even foreign investors or such similarly placed institutions have bits and pieces understanding of what our laws allow us to do around philanthropy, around blended, around CSR, around impact. it would be a lot better if we, come together collectively and maybe try creating a handbook or some sort of a KYC wherein it acts like a reference book which any foreign person, institution can look at and understand as a ready reckoner what are the things that one can do, cannot do, what are the laws, what are its implications, who are major players that are active in this space, and what are current challenges and issues. I think if we collectively can put in our efforts, for instance, few panel members spoke about loans part in climate, few panel members spoke about blended, others spoke about how we need to increase capacity building or what are other impending issues around this sector. So what we are of the view is that if we could come together as a group, divide topics, and try working on it. For instance, tomorrow if we even want to give certain policy recommendations to the government, we need to have one voice in unison and make representation to the government. Approaching the government in a compartmentalized form may not be very impactful. And we have done something similar for IIC in the past as well. So we have seen significant pressure groups for different sectors, for example, microfinance, automobile, financial inclusion. I see no such unison voice which wants to talk about issues relating to climate finance. Of course, it's multi-sectoral, multifaceted, so we'll have bits and pieces of different laws, different issues from all the sectors concerned, but I still think we are at a stage where we do have a critical mass of informed policy practitioners like you, of informed personals like you, and if we all come together, create a working group, and use this platform to work on policy recommendations, which is going to be more impactful in the longer run. Because let us not assume that everybody who is an IAS officer sitting in Delhi would know everything about climate. They would know as much as how much we communicate with them in terms of what are the do's and the don'ts. So I think as a takeaway here, it's more of a request than a suggestion, would be if we could create some sort of a working group, create some tangible milestones that we do have in mind, and accordingly start working on that in terms of policy prescriptions that we could give it to the government. If Amazons and Flipkarts and other companies could do it, I don't see why we as policy practitioners would not be able to do it and make few things move on a more positive side.
So we shape the world that we want, otherwise somebody else will do it, number one. And number two, that my experience in policy making has been that we should do all the homework and give things on a platter to the government. Let them take the credit, okay, for doing something good. We do work in the background. We don't need, presence to be felt everywhere. So I think quietly, whatever we want, I think we should be doing real good work. Third, let us not make too thick a think tank report. It should be actionable. It is more difficult to write a shorter report because 99% people will read or 90%. Big report, it's not long, except cover page and initial, you don't really read that. So, in fact, this became very effective because all the venture capitalists or other people can now include in their contract that these are the governance standards at this level of startup, because startup cannot be inundated with all the big company governance kind of thing. But what is minimum required? I think, so that becomes part of condition. So there was some actionable point. At G20, we had done whole thing here. So I would think that if we can create small group of, ideal group is 8 to 9 people, and then present to the larger body, okay? And we have discussion paper on that, and something like that, if we can do in a time-bound program, right? Let's say in 3 months' time, or 2 months' time, or 1 month's time, whatever it is, right? So I think we should go away with some tangible outcome, and not tomorrow, maybe today. That what do we do? Because once we all go home, then again, we do not know where it goes and how it happens and things like that. So one of the suggestions is
Certainly,
to
Nishith bhai,
go
I think
away.
we could look at few specific
Then
timelines.
it would be very
Yeah.
satisfying, you know.
And just one point I wanted to add, the final one. With recent trends that we have seen in America with the election results, we do envisage multilateralism taking a backseat for at least some considerable number of years. And the multilateral commitments that we have at a G2G basis, wherein developed countries need to pass on the funding to developing countries on climate specific issues, may take a certain backseat. Now, this is where the role of private foundations and private players are going to play a huge role. So if we can, in the meantime, also try coming up with few innovative structures or innovative ways to tap into this private capital where it need not always come through a G2G government to government basis. So these are few of the ideations that we could also possibly do, where we look at different source of climate funding outside of the multilateral understanding that governments have between or amongst them, because the entire concept of multilateralism is taking a backseat. So to each his own is what a lot of countries would look at, and it's going to be a lot more transactional. Are we as institutions, as think tanks, as law firms prepared to look at these forms of new conversations taking place in the realm of climate funding? So these are also few of the issues that we need to, if not on an immediate basis, but should definitely be mindful of in the longer run. Thank you.
And on a separate note, we would love to hear from you, you know, if you have any ideas, any thought, anything, you know, is this something worth doing, not doing? I just had my ideas, but I think all of you have a lot many more. It's a collaborative approach, but I feel that something actionable be done so that we have spent our day, you know, fruitfully and work around. I think she has asked for time up.
I think we can coordinate with Sandeep and we can reach out to.
No, but if there,
the,
see,
certainly.
As Kabir said, na kal kare so aaj kare so ab, right? And if you want to go home, before you go home, finish your work. Otherwise, this is your home. I somehow or the other do not feel that once people go back to put together everybody and all the things, if we can't come to any conclusion, then that is also a good conclusion, that we can't come to a conclusion. Yeah, so let us get some, please bear with us 5 minutes more. You can be a little louder than what you are.
So various people, various entities, to give them credit, were trying to do something to support the cause of climate smart agriculture. A lot of them were present during the room, and I have definite but informal information that it firmed up some people's intentions to go into things which they're scared of. So there has been an outcome as far as my informal sources of information say. So we are definitely not going back without some actions resulting from this. It was not that it originated here and resulted here.
No.
Some things were in flow. It needed some push, and it needed some evidence. We are not saying we have great evidence. Some evidence of things working, which we have shared, has moved the needle, and I'm very confident a few things will happen as a result of this coming together.
So do you have a email ID group for the whole group?
We do.
So, you know, so everybody can, you know, on WebEx or otherwise, today tools are so many. Because so I was talking without any knowledge of what you already done, so please pardon me for that.
No.
But as I said, I like action, and our reactions also are welcome, but some action point, some proposition that this is the subject, or I think, let's say today's title was, anyway, like scaling up, promising, or whatever, right? So some articulation of that, so it's very clear that what are we trying to achieve? What is the most important thing? So any idea on any, because then everybody would think that this is what is the outcome that we need from the, first of all, whether it's a good idea to have some kind of report together. And if it is so, then what is our strategic objective? So if there are some thoughts, some ideas, sorry, microphone because
Sir, firstly, I mean, your firm was the first and the pioneering one among all the legal firms in India to take up blended finance and educate all the stakeholders on what's possible and what's not. And I remember your firm was also associated with a UNDP program on blended finance, which worked with the finance ministry, and Mr. Mayapam was there at that point of time.
So Mayappan, I and Ipshita, three of us had worked on that. It was a white paper which we co-branded with the World Bank and UNDP, World Bank Water Resource Group, where we looked at post-harvest credit using blended finance. And we have been trying to do something similar with other organizations as well on the blended finance space.
So since blended finance is of such importance to a lot of stakeholders, and we have struggled, so we used offshore money, guarantees, non-funded money to do blended finance in India, but we couldn't mobilize domestic capital to do it because it was a regulatory. But your work has led us, to know exactly what can be done, what cannot be done, without spending too much of resources and time trying to figure out. So if you can keep just updating that with the latest regulations, whether it's a SEBI, income tax, RBI, whoever the regulators or the policymakers should, that would be a very big contribution.
Sure,
to the
we'll certainly do that, yes.
one other thing is that, we do work as per our little understanding. You are practitioners. You actually have more feel on the ground. And we would love to have reactions. You can also criticize. We put all our reports in public domain. We don't sell any of our research reports. But the whole idea is anybody can criticize us if at all, needed. Then we will improve. And also problems we can solve. Like, I like blended finance because perhaps amongst all the collective investment pools, we can have maximum creativity included in this, because so many expectations have to come together to meet them, right? In fact, we develop original model for FPI, we develop model for AIFs. I wrote first rules for venture capital funds in SEBI and all those when Dr. D.R. Mehta was there, lot of business models we develop, but it's important that we get some idea from the industry that what exactly are the problems bugging you, because sometimes we think in an esoteric manner, and but do you have more feel? So what we would love to do is that, okay, we have done this work a little bit, whatever, right? Can we get some feedback on each of the chapter, each of the topic, and we can have fight, and it could be WebEx or otherwise. I'm not suggesting just every time getting together, but we want to make our report robust. And then there is a buy-in from industry, there is buy-in from the user, there is buy-in from the other stakeholder, and we are here to support. And then we tell government where the actual issues are involved, and 2 or 3 non-negotiable we have to go with, and some other ones we can take up, because you can't have perfect world, but at least these 2, 3 important ones we should be getting in. I think something like that we can have approach to.
Sorry, I'll just take a couple of minutes. So for instance, like when we had last worked on the blended finance white paper, it was during COVID times. Since then, we have not really done a lot of update on it, while there has been further traction in this space. Now, I'll give you an instance. Pan IIT, Ashutosh is right here. Now, we as lawyers put on our lawyering hat while we look at structures. But a lot of blended finance structure is also a function of how you folks come to us and tell us what different models have you used, from a business sense or from a financial or from a funding sense. So I think it's also important for us to hear you folks to understand आप लोगों ने अपने space में क्या काम किया है अब तक. For instance, Pan IIT has done something entirely different than what we thought blended finance should ideally look like. But now that we have started interacting with them, we have started working with them, we find that they have actually taken the concept of blended finance and further expanded on it. So there are several bank folks who are sitting here, think tank guys, people from funding agencies. Now, when you interact with your NGO partners or with your service providers, you might look at different products which could be a blended finance product in itself. But because of that information asymmetry, we would not know about it because those are not the structures on which we have worked. So if we are able to gain that access or information, it would be a lot easier for us to dissect it, declutter it, fine tune it, and come up with a more specific visual structure which encompasses a lot of legal regulatory stuffs that we all talk about as a group. So something which is more like a unified template structure which can be replicated across different business models or across different sectors. So I think the idea is for us to also continue interacting with you, and you guys also, we request you to let us know what all blended finance structures you have worked on. Is it something that you want us to brainstorm with you to get a better sense of how best we can fine tune it? So the more we interact on different structures that you have worked on, the better we also get at what product we can deliver for people at large.
Yeah.
Just 1 second, I won't drag around too long. One other approach we have followed, we've done a lot of think tanks in last 30 years, whether there's a tax or whether it's corporate or otherwise. Approach is to be inclusive. For example, today as lawyers we are looking at it, you are as bankers, somebody else is. But where is an agriculturist? It must be there somewhere in the group, but I do not know. We are preparing a report talking about agriculturists, but where is their representation? It should be there. It may be here, I do not know who are alternating. But I think inclusive approach really helps us to go as a coherent group so that, we have taken into account some of those concerns if they are there. Anyway, I'm sorry I went on a little more.
Yeah, Nishith bhai, so maybe I'll just take a quick cue on the similar work that we have initiated with a multinational bank, JP Morgan Chase. So while we were working on this, and we realized that the valuation models, the convention valuation models which are existing for equity infusion at some X multiple or Y multiple in startups for conventional organizations is pretty established, but largely to cater for rural entrepreneurship or rural enterprises, that was not there. So that is wherein we have just created this coherent group with JPMC. 8 of their mid-senior interns are joining us in order to really research on this for almost 2-3 months and create final reports around new valuation models where possibility of how social equity can be leveraged or maybe other things can be accumulated to that. I seriously see and voice out and second your opinion that probably this could be a fantastic opportunity if we could create a coherent group, quick one, which can really help us, deep dive into the, the possibilities on blended finance, maybe not innovation altogether, but what is existing and how that can be probably be leveraged by organizations like ours. So I see myself as in the mid of probably both the stakeholders, the larger policy maker on the right side of it and the implementing, specialists on the left side of it. And we can certainly bring in the beneficiary ultimately at the core, which can get finally benefited out of this. So maybe any paper or any such model which can then further be put up to the government machinery or the larger policy makers to influence anything which is as a part of the regulation that we may need can really be worked upon. And happy to partner on this with the people in this room. Maybe I on behalf of my organization really opt out of this and maybe volunteer for this if we wish to create this group.
Sure, Ashu, thanks. I think, in fact, I'll take this conversation forward and I'll also coordinate with Sandeep and we'll form a group to work on that as discussed. Nishith, by your closing comments.
No, I'm sorry because you used expression value. Value is different from price. Okay. Price is a function of demand and supply. Value is a matter of perception. Even in shareholder, at one point of time, yield method, net asset method, other methods, but best method has been found to be shareholder perception value. What is a company the future is? And I have to constantly attack or defend valuation reports. And first paragraph I see on the top, disclaimer, and I have seen a number of reports, it says, we do not vouch for the data integrity. Really, what is the evidentiary value of that, And you charge hell of a lot of money for giving that valuation on which you have no So you're going by data, and I've seen many a time this causes a lot of problem. But more important thing is the value. And we need to understand that what is the purpose of this valuation, what is the need for that, So in light of those ones, we have to really work around. Again, there are some definitional context that lawyers always look at. Because when you say value, what do you mean by value? Okay, so we also should conceptually bring out that this is what we want to do, And so I think, I'm sorry I'm going too long on some of these things, but it's important that we get right understanding, otherwise there's miscommunication.
So I think we now would like to close our part of the conversation. Thank you all for being patient and listening to us. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you, Nishith bhai, for giving us time.
Thank you. Once again, I thank you the entire Nishith Desai team. So I just request all of them who just help us in the arranging the event, because the event is run very smoothly. So I request all of you, please come forward. So apart from that, I request our entire audience, please give a round of applause to them, because the entire team helped us a lot in the hospitality, everything.
And special shout out to Pintu, Vishal, Ankit, Millu, and all our colleagues here. They have been really great in helping us coordinate all of this.
Thank you so much for coming. I know a lot of you have taken early morning flights, and some of you have also traveled all the way from Delhi, taken trains. So thank you so much for coming together at this conference, and we would love to see you once again. We will be doing a lot of exciting events in future as well, and we hope to stay connected, and we aspire to do something great in the next future. Thank you so much.
One more thing, the last thing, we are just looking for a group photograph. So I just request all of you, please just join us outside for the group photo. And after that, please enjoy the tea and coffee also.